Hello, you beautiful nerds. Welcome to the Drunk Banthas podcast, where we talk about sci-fi, fantasy, horror, and all of the popular art that we love. Also, we do it drunk. Mostly drunk. Always encouraged, but never mandatory. I am joined, as always, by my co-host and brother Bill. How you doing?
Man, I'll be doing a lot better if I remember to bring a lighter over here.
It's always the little things.
Is that not a lighter right there?
No.
No, nigga, I know that's a camera. Behind the ashtray. Is that a lighter?
No, that is a piece of paper.
A piece of paper.
I am your host, Jedi Master Grayson, and we have a very exciting show for you tonight. Before we get into the topics of the night, let's introduce our panel, because it's always more fun to talk shit with your friends.
Yes.
We got Producer T in the building. How you doing, Producer T?
Doing well. Good to be back. I've been gone for a very long time.
That's right.
Yeah, you're the resident globetrotter, for sure.
He's definitely killed most of his clones, so...
Right? He doesn't have any replacements while he's gone.
No replacement.
And we also got Dr. Joseph Ritter in the building. What's up, Joe?
Not too much. Yeah, of course, Producer T's killed all of his clones. Why do you think he's back home? He's got to stock back up.
So I got to get back to the lab. Back to the lab again.
I wish I could do the Rick burp without, like, a whole bunch of beer in my stomach.
Right.
Because then I would have did that. That's why I would have did that.
I feel like he's always like just on the precipice of vomiting.
I can't do it.
I
tried. Dude, you don't see a lighter and then like reach?
No, I do not.
I mean, like I'm gonna get up and get one. I was just like, damn, I don't see one there.
Yeah, I wish there was, but there's never one around when you need it.
No,
it's about the little things, literally the small things that fall out of your pocket. But guys, while Bill is searching for fire like Prometheus, we have an amazing show for you guys tonight. We're talking about FX's Grotesquerie. We're talking about season 2 finale of Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power. We're talking about but I was saving those for when.
I got you.
We're talking about the Penguin, and we're talking about Agatha All Along.
And as always,
we're talking shit.
But
just want to get some plugs out of the way before we get into the nitty gritty.
Unplug, Alex.
I just want to suggest to you guys I just want to suggest perusing through our merch store, where you guys can find hats, hoodies, shirts, mugs, and all kinds of stupid shit.
We'll bring it up
with
later.
Our stupid name on it. You can find that in the merchandise tab in the YouTube main page. Also be on the lookout for my drunk review of Blink Twice, and how it is especially relevant considering the reports, new and old, about rich and powerful men using their money and influence to abuse women. It's going to be a super chill video, not depressing at all.
No. It's really uplifting. I think they're going to play it at festivals. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds very, very good.
Yeah, they're gonna do a back-to-back with Inside Out 2, and that's a video. And if you, I'm also gonna be doing for our members only a review of Substance and Joker 2. So you can only see that if you're a member. So if you want to access some grimy, smelly, sticky, but surprisingly pleasant content, you can click that membership tab on the homepage and join for as little as $1 a month.
The way you just described it was like back in the day when Blockbuster had like that one curtain and the little chain in front of the room because you couldn't go back unless you're an adult. Yeah,
the real show.
So join the member channel.
Yeah, we're doing some unforgivable shit back there. But yeah, click the membership tab if you want to get in on some of that content. And this is the merch store. Look at that beautiful shit. Don't you want one of those hoodies? Don't you want one of those thermoses? Don't you want an apron?
Go to the fucking merch store.
Go to the merch store. Or don't.
And there's other stuff on there too. The only thing that's not on there is the teddy bear. They won't let us sell the teddy bear that I want to sell because it says drunk on it.
Yeah.
So I got to figure something else to put on there.
I mean, because these are shipped to order, where they create it as soon as the person ordered it. But if you just want to order some pre-orders, I know a guy that can just make them for us, but we got to pay for them first.
Yeah, no, I'm down for that. Maybe we do that for some like Christmas specials.
Yeah, sweetie.
Well, I mean, the best way to do it is just, you put the image up, we take some pre-orders, and then if there's enough, then we can sell them.
Dope. Gers and Purrs asked about Penny. She's right here.
Producer Pete.
We just woke her up from.
My God.
Good Penny. Take off your bra.
Yeah,
hey. Don't try and police her body.
This is a family show.
It's so funny because that's exactly what being a dog owner is policing. Say hey, baby.
Not gonna say anything.
She's good. You can just keep going.
Yeah, I knew that she wasn't actually going to say anything, but
let me tell you something. This is going to be a different kind of show if the dog talks.
Right? We're gonna have to change our whole dynamic.
I'm ready for it. I'm here for it.
Fun fact: we're not going to do anything to make money anymore.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't have to do anything except a couple of Today Show episodes and be on The View.
Have her like Michigan J. Frog. It's like, hello, my sweetie. Hello, my honey.
No, I don't want her to be like Michigan J. Frog. Then she's not going to do nothing when we get there.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. She's going to sit there like she does now. It's
Yeah,
pretty much
actually,
the
Make you
relationship.
think you're insane.
This is exactly the relationship we have right now. Actually, go away from me. Get away from me. You're a terrible fucking producer.
Speaking of
Terrible
P,
producers.
Producer P and terrible producers, because she is going to be working this Thursday, every Thursday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. You guys got to make sure to tune into the Bantha Bunch with your favorite cousin Bill as the host. Bill, what are you guys talking about this Thursday?
This Thursday, we talking about I don't know, baby.
Probably the hurricane. Be hitting that day, right?
Which one?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to talk about the hurricane.
Talking about the Denzel Washington movie?
Yeah, no. I was gonna make that joke. I was gonna say it's too old. It's too old of a movie.
I stepped on your joke.
Stepped on it, but it's okay. You're just about as bad as Penny. There's a documentary I think coming out about the Menendez brothers, which will continue our coverage on the Monsters documentary. I mean, bio series. Was it a bio series? Is it a bio series if it's about serial killers? I mean, I guess they're not serial killers. They're just some savage, monstrous, disgusting people.
Yeah.
I think it's just considered a series because they took enough dramatic license with it.
There's not a lot of dramatic license in Monsters if you see it.
Well, the thing is, they have to argue that there is now.
Well, no, so we'll get it. That's exactly
That's
what
a Thursday. That's
exactly what I'm going to talk about on Thursday. Very good teaser right there because there was information that came out about a letter that went to their cousin proving that they had been SM'd. So
I mean, both work in that situation. No,
yes, but this was a little bit more disgusting than SA. But anyway, my point is only that we'll be talking about that, talking a little bit about, whether or not that documentary compared to the docu-series or whatever the series mash up. How do those two mash up? Does it hold up? No, I'm joking.
Does it? No. That's kind of interesting because every other Monday, check out that.
Is it a letdown?
That's one thing you didn't say. Check out the craft on Does It Hold Up?
Yeah, we have
episode on Drunk Banthas channel. I might start putting that on Nerds at Night too.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Which I know that's practical magic, but I don't have.
You know what? We are going to start putting Does It Hold Up on Nerds at Night.
That'd be cool.
You know what? Shout out to y'all. You're welcome.
And I am interested in that Menendez brothers documentary because it kind of reminds me of when like the OJ ESPN doc came out around the same time as the FX TV series.
Yeah.
And I was like, it's interesting comparing the two.
You can see the bullshit in one or the other.
Right. It's like, oh man, this one's clearly
with OJ. I don't know if you mean the bullshit's in the real life one or the fictionalized for TV one.
The fictionalized for TV.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And I'm only referring to how we don't know yet which one is bullshit in the Menendez situation. But I do. I actually do. I'm a huge nerd about crazy celebrity murders, true crimes, and serial killers. So that's my bag. That's what we talk about over there on the Drunk Banthas, which is why we are able to talk about Diddy so often.
One of these weeks, you should do a good deep dive on the Helter Skelter murders.
Let's do it.
There's a couple of horror movies based off it. There's plenty of documentaries. You could have a lot of fun with that one.
Oh yeah, I will never run out of material, but when I don't have anything to talk about, that'll be on the list. On days like today, when I don't know what the fuck I'm going to be talking. Actually, this is the most
how the Beatles inspired murder.
Yeah, it's amazing, right? Look, I mean, a lot of people don't get the right kind of blame. The blame is not passed around equally in that situation. That's what I'll say, without any further delay.
Yeah, we'll definitely get into that as we talk about our
First of all, while you're doing that, I want to ask Terry, how was Fantastic Fest for the people who haven't seen you?
It was fantastic.
As advertised.
There's never any other word to describe how it goes. I mean, it really was. I mean, mostly I do not, unfortunately, get to see as many movies as, say, like Kirstyn got to probably see, even though she was only there for half of it. She probably saw way more movies than I do because I am staff and I also like be selling pins out there. And it was a good pin season. Very good pin season. Probably the best pin season.
Hey, I ain't seen no movies, but I saw that green.
Yeah, that's a lot of money, though. I was touching paper.
You shared some of those pins. Those pins were dope this year. That Babadook one was awesome.
Yeah, that was the first one to sell out quicker. Sold out the Terrifier. Met
surprised.
Chris Jericho. I did get to meet Chris Jericho.
Very cool.
And Corey Feldman. I spoke. Oh, I said hey to him. I said hey back. Corey Feldman was there for like a majority of the week, just hanging out because they were doing a 20th anniversary screening of a movie he was
birthday?
in.
Your birthday? The birthday?
Yeah, the birthday. The birthday. That was it.
Yeah.
So they did the 20-year screening of it. So he was there looking pretty good. You know, he had a nice suit on every day. It was different. It was very stylish. I guess his girlfriend or boo thing was with him. I didn't recognize her. I couldn't tell you who she was. But that was with him. He had his own security guard the whole time. And
hey, those vampires are coming after the Frog Brothers. It just makes sense.
Yeah. So also saw Will Ferrell.
Oh, that's right. I forgot he was there.
For Will and Harper. They had the screening there, and they both walked right in front of me when I had my super ginormous Gandalf pipe just sitting. I was in the back alley. And I thought they were going to go through the highball because they were like practicing to go through the highball with security and then into the theater. And then all of a sudden, last minute, they just scrapped that idea. So I'm sitting there just going at it. And here comes Will fucking Ferrell and Harper just right.
There's nothing he hasn't seen.
But, you just don't want to be seen as that guy.
I mean, he's an SNL alum. I'm sure that he's seen crazier walking by. Somebody.
Absolutely.
Well, and speaking of SNL, Terry saw that movie, right?
I did see SNL. That was one of them. I saw like six or seven things. Saturday night was one of them. I got to see A Better Man, the Robbie Williams story, and I also got to see the Creep tapes.
Oh, I'm excited about that.
Which is from the Duplass brothers, Mark Duplass. How you made Creep,
Friends of the show,
1 and 2.
Friends of the show.
Creep?
Yep. No. This is going to be the third.
Okay, so yeah, but now it's a TV series, and it's like basically each episode is a different murder he does.
I'm so in for that.
It was pretty good. I enjoyed it. I thought it was good.
Shout out to the Duplases. Shout out to the Duplases. I beat everybody. I went to the league, what you call it, the league rap party once. That
show was so good, and I don't give a fuck about football.
Me either. Don't care.
Never.
I almost wanted to start a fantasy league because of that.
Right?
A lot of people did that never even knew anything about football when that show was out, but I never watched the show, never watched one episode, but I beat all of their asses at Flip Cup though. And that's
I'll tell you what, I'll still watch it sometimes if I'm like, I just want something to laugh at for the next.
But he showed up, he came for it.
Yeah.
In the mask, right?
That's excellent. But
I also saw the new Harmony Korine joint. That was terrible. Terribly executed.
Ooh, that's actually really upsetting.
It was terribly executed. It's called Baby Invasion.
Okay.
And it's supposed to be it's a VR game done with IRL graphics. So it basically looks like you're real people, and basically the point of the game is to go and break into people's houses and rob and kill them.
Baby
Invasion. So you're basically watching. It's like watching a Twitch stream of somebody playing this game in VR because it's all first person. But there's no dialogue. There's just nothing but like live techno music going on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take your word for it on this one. I don't feel a need to find out for myself.
And if he would have shown this movie at like a club, because there's like the Concourse Project or Kingdom, like two of the most amazing EDM clubs in all of Austin. If he had shown that movie there and had that speaker going, it would have been the best fucking thing ever. Because the movie felt like you were at a rave that you couldn't dance at.
Oh, it just sounds
so it's just
not
boring.
the best.
That's depressing.
No, I wouldn't say it was a poor movie. It was a poorly executed movie.
Shitty movie. Alan,
what about y'all two? You guys also had some festival / conness going on.
That's right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we just got done wrapping up LA Comic-Con, formerly known as Stanley's Comic-Con.
Yeah, you know what? Shout out to everybody at Comic-Con. We got a lot of love. Everybody was really nice. The people that we talked to.
Yeah. Like we got to interview some video game developers. Got to see Kevin Smith talk about his new Jay and Silent Bob video game, which looks so rad.
I do want to say one thing. Man. We thought. Okay, it was our first time as press.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Sorry. It was our first time as press.
Yeah.
And it was my first time ever going to any con, because y'all know I'm a real nigga. And this kid, he's been to a few, and
not a real nigga. Apparently.
And we did not know that we got access to literally everything for free.
Yeah.
We wanted to go see the Back to the Future anniversary panel, and we missed that because it was $159. Shit, it was $169 for a ticket. We was like, nah, I'm good. So we missed out on that. And that was the first day. So but we got to do a lot of interesting stuff that was really fun, really cool. Check out Swap Meet. Swap Meet is a new game coming out that's being developed. And for all of you, just because how cool everybody was over there and how cool we were, y'all are going to get a QR code to play the demo of the game. We're going to be getting that probably be next week when we actually able to get it.
Yeah.
So everybody's going to be able to play that. Look out for it again. Like I said, it's called Swap Meet. I felt like it was like Crash Bandicoot and Halo combined.
That's definitely a good comp.
Yeah.
So. I'm trying to zoom in on the. Oh god, that's way too close.
little close on Mulan there.
Yeah. So y'all know she put her hand on my back first.
What do you think was the first thing any of us noticed?
And you can see clearly that I kept my arm very far away from her.
Put
Like,
his
I'm not
hand
going to
behind
touch
his
you.
back. He grabbed his booty, so he didn't touch hers.
I don't want there to be any misconceptions. I did not touch this woman.
Your arm is so far away from her, we can see your finger.
Yeah,
on
I
the
can
other
see
side.
your hands coming from the opposite side, about to touch the. It looks like you're grabbing your opposite butt cheek.
Oh yeah, you
can see it. You can see your fingers.
my finger. Oh shit.
Look at that.
Oh, that's too good.
Christ, I don't know if your hands.
I wanted proof. This is where my hands were. Your honor. This is where my hands were.
Why does he keep doing that anyway? There's your finger.
Oh god, that's good stuff.
But yeah, if you want to like check out some like pictures and whatnot of us at LA Comic Con, you can check out our IG. Links are in the description, and we'll also be putting out a LA Comic Con experience video, just like a big mashup of all the bullshittery that we were up to this weekend. So just keep an eye out for that.
Mashing it up.
But let's move along. Let's move through Fraggle Rock, down Sesame Street, and around the corner over to Jeff's comic book corner. Jeff, what are we talking about today?
Well, what do you think we're talking about? We gotta finish up some static, right?
Yeah.
So, so we gotta. I'm sorry. Fifth Bantha. You just gotta pull that quote up real quick before I get going.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That photo proves Alex hates women. Won't even touch them.
Parenthetical.
Oh,
shout out to Gers and Purrs. Shout out to Fifth Bantha. And shout out to everybody else watching right now on Drunk Bantha's channel and Nerds at Night and Nerds at Night on Twitter.
Yes, sir.
So all right. So we are on to Static issue 5. So it starts off where we left off with Static just getting like he is lying on the ground. He is in a world of hurt because Francis just hit him square in the face with a fire blast. And Francis is just walking around being all big and tough and like, oh, you're not so tough now, are you? And he's just kind of being Francis and just like a little bitch about it. Like, oh, look at me. I'm hot streak. So while that's happening, we're getting a lot of internal monologue from Virgil. He's like, this isn't good. I'm not even hot. Like my face is like cold. I feel like I'm breathing in fire. I don't know what to do. He's just lying there and he cannot move at all. And then he remembers his sister gave him those, what were they called? The tablets, the glucose tablets.
Glucose tablets.
She gave him the glucose tablets, and he's got a couple in his pocket because she was saying, remember, when she was in the ambulance with the Bang Baby, they were realizing like the glucose dropped insanely fast. So he's like, okay, maybe if I take this, I'll at least have enough energy to fight Francis off and like let my friends run. So he pops a couple of glucose tablets, and then all of a sudden, all of his power is going to overdrive. His healing's going into overdrive, and all of a sudden we see Virgil with just like, lightning coming out of him. His hair's just like all up in the sky. His eyes are white, and he is ready to go. And that was from one tablet, and he's like, holy shit. So now Virg is back in the fight. And we get another really great scene of just Virgil just sitting there just being like, what, you think, was that supposed to hurt? Like, are you tough? And it's like, you were just dying a second ago. Maybe pull back on the smack talk. But then it cuts back to inside the facility. And we get this just really funny scene of Darius and Frida, and I forgot Virgil's other friend's name, just like running in there, and it's so quintessentially Scooby-Doo to the point where they're even like, we should probably split up. And Darius is like, are you out of your fucking, have you ever seen a horror movie? And they're like, nah, we'll split up. And it's like, well, I could tell which one of you is white. So they go off, and the little white boy and Frida, they go off on their own while Darius is just like, I guess I'll figure it out. I don't know. And then it cuts, and then we just see like this door just blow off its hinges and take out a bunch of guards. But the thing is, it was blown off from the inside, so we don't know what's happening yet. Then it cuts back out to where Verge and Francis are fighting again, and now we get just another one of these, a page of just awesome fight scenes. Awesome. I know every time we talk about this book, I talk about how great the art is, but again, I just love it. It's not the easiest in a comic book to actually draw good action scenes. Like, you would think that's a big part of a comic book, but it's still like you got still motions. So it's not the easiest, but I think they do a really good job of it as represented by this screen.
Yes.
So we were getting the two of them just, throwing, lightning here, fire there. And the entire time, the little blue boxes are just Virgil's internal monologue again, being like, man, I'm hanging in, but I'm barely hanging in. Like, I'm going to have to figure something out. I got to be smart about this. Francis is too strong. Like, if I don't do something, I'm going to be in trouble soon. So he pops 3 more of the glucose tabs and he takes the fight inside the facility. And now when he's inside the facility, he's like, okay, I feel it. I feel all the technology around me. And then he starts pulling, using the electricity inside everything to pull out all the wires. And he literally ties Francis up in all these wires, which is hilarious because then at one point, Francis yells out, "Let me go or you'll regret it, scrub." And it's just like, oh, you're so white. It's cute. But then we just get this really great image of Verge just doing the superhero walk away, like, whatever, fuck off. And like, he's just like, all right, that's it. Hot streak out of the equation. So then it cuts back to Darius. That's just that awesome. That's such a superhero scene. And finally, his costume doesn't look as stupid.
Yeah, it doesn't look that bad right there.
The coat definitely helps. So
coat is my least favorite part, or at least it just doesn't fit as well. I don't know. Like, there's something about the coat that's not perfect.
I think with the goggles, the coat works.
I like the idea of the coat, but I just feel like maybe it's the hood. The hood's way too goddamn.
The hood. It's
yeah.
The hood. If it didn't have the hood, it would be cool.
How would you know he's from the hood?
Right there, it looks fine, but right there with the hood,
It looks too
well. And that's
also,
especially.
I just want to come out and say how much I always hated Francis, especially in the cartoon. I just fucking hated Francis.
There's a reason I have.
It looks like he says it wrong on purpose.
Oh,
keep it pushing, Jeff.
What's up?
I said, keep it pushing. Keep it pushing.
I got you. All right. I will say one of the things, that hood being extra stupid, considering that's a fireman's jacket. So I'll agree with you there.
Oh,
so
yeah.
We move on to now Darius is walking through. He has found what seems to be like the prisoner quarters. He finds Daisy, who we saw got taken out of school and stuff. And he's walking around and he's trying to figure out how to get all these people out. And one of the things he's like, hey, why can't you just power your way out? And it turns out like they implanted these things into all their necks. So the funniest part is like Darius is here and he's trying to figure something out. And then like the cell one over from Daisy's just talking mad shit the entire time, just nonstop making fun of the guy that's literally there trying to save them. So I guess. That's cool. Anyway. So while Darius is doing that, Frida and Richie, that's a little white boy's name. Frida and Richie stumble across another room. And this is where they were clearly holding someone else. And that person not just broke out, like that's blood. They killed everybody. And so they're gone. So I'm assuming we're going to see that person come back. After that, it cuts to the big bad government man in black guy. He's on the phone. He's like, what do you mean everyone's gone? Like, how could this be possible? Oh, no, it can't be that kid. It's got to be something else. And then he's like, all right, well, we just got to pull the plug. We got to get out of here. We have to grab our data and go. Oh, by the way, no witnesses. Kill all the children we just had took prisoner. So, like governments do. No big deal.
Yeah. Government being government.
I mean, they're not paying taxes yet. What's it fucking matter, So
they can't vote.
Yeah. So then after that guy, we cut back to now Verge is caught up with Darius and he sees all the people in the cells and Virgil just overloads all the locks. lets them all out, and he realizes like, okay, hey, the power inhibitor, it's not like, he's like testing it with his electricity. And he's like, all right, it's just in skin. It's not in bone or tendon or anything. So I can pull it out. And it's like, okay, thank you for I would have complained about it. Thank you for explaining that. So then he's like sitting there and he's talking about like, okay, hang on, I'll get it all out for everyone. And Darius just goes like, all right, everyone just stay calm. No one get angry. Like, we're going to get you all out of here nice and safe. And Verge gets really pissed at that. He's like, who the fuck do you think you are? And he actually says to Darius, like, you know, maybe it's different because you aren't one of us. And then Darius goes on a speech. He looks Verge in the eyes and goes, you don't think I know what it's like to be angry? I'm a young gay black man. You don't think I know what it's like for my life to be in danger just for existing the way I am? He really fucking lays into Verge. And he explains, he's like, I'm not saying don't get angry. I'm saying don't let it control you. Because right now we got to keep level heads if we're going to have any chance of getting out of here, because there's a literal government task force coming for us right now. So it was just it was a really interesting panel to throw in there, especially because then Verge is like, Darius isn't right, but he's not wrong either. And it's like, okay, we'll just move on from that.
Yeah, I just like the term "bang baby."
Right.
Hashtag bang, baby.
So then Verge starts pulling the power inhibitors out. And then he pulls it out of like all the bang babies that they just let out. Which again, just a really awesome page of it, where it's just some more awesome art of Verge literally yanking it out of all of them. And like, it's just, I don't know. I just can't, again, I cannot talk about how good this art is enough. Yeah, that page right there. And then they're like, all right, let's get out of here. Everything's good now. And then the girl that was talking shit to Darius the entire time is like, no. And they're like, what? And she's like, dude, we're not good guys. Mr. Big Bad Man in Black promised us a giant stack of cash if we took you out. So we're going to all try and do that. And then it just ends with all the other bang babies being like, okay, we're going to kill you now. And that's the end of the issue.
Oh, shit. It's like,
Yep.
What? We're just going to kill you now.
Because shockingly, giving teenagers weapons of mass destruction doesn't turn out well.
You're kidding me.
I wouldn't have thunk it either.
I thought I saw that one movie where, oh no, never mind. It doesn't turn out well.
I'm curious how this is gonna all shake out in the ending. Gerson, I'm sorry, not Gerson. Gerson Purse said, "Have any of you read Flawed by Chuck Brown? It's a comic book about a black female protagonist that is a psychiatrist by day and fights evil by night." That sounds cool. Very Daredevil.
That sounds awesome. I've been looking for a comic with a black female lead for my niece. So when she gets old enough, maybe that'll be the one I show her.
Hello.
Yeah, that sounds pretty cool.
That'll be really fun.
Chuck Brown. And another comic that I've kind of even been thinking about is Saga. I don't know if you want to get into that bag of worms, but that could be an interesting one for Just Comic Book Quarter. Just throwing out.
There's a lot in that one.
Yeah, that one's just insane. So that maybe we just do like four issues of that. I'm excited to see how this one's gonna shake out. Like, how many more?
We got one more.
Got one more?
Yeah.
Oh man,
I don't know how they're gonna wrap it up.
I'm very excited. Like, and I think that's a really cool cliffhanger with all the bang babies.
Bang babies.
Nah, we're not gonna do that though. But guys, let us know in the comments how you if you're enjoying. Sorry,
did you have something else, Jeff?
According to this, the next issue is Big Bang Baddies.
Oh, I'm a big fan of alliteration, so I love that.
And big banging baddies.
That was like Meg Thee Stallion's song from like 2019, right?
Big banging baddies
I heard that was her original stage name.
Yeah, Meg the Stallion's a
One
little
big
cleaner.
room full of bad baddies.
But that was just coming.
Shout out to Kirstyn, man. Don't get enough love, man.
Kirstyn.
Yeah. She did her
Hey,
thing.
you know what?
And then she retired humbly.
You know what?
She
No, fuck that. Kirstyn, I'm giving you your love. We giving you your love tonight, and also come on the show.
Yeah,
And come out of retirement. I got some hot shit. I'll write your whole shit. I'll write your entire album. It'll be.
Hey, easy.
I know she's from the Bay. Like, let's go.
She did a podcast recently. She did an interview with the guy who's with Bert Kreischer all the time.
Tom Segura.
Tom Segura. Yeah, she did an interview with him
There's something on
and
that.
his wife. So I mean,
That would be Your Mom's House,
She's a producer.
Your Mom's House,
I mean,
yes.
she's a DJ.
which is filmed in Austin, Texas.
Makes her own. Oh, yeah, it is filmed in Austin, right across the street from Joe Rogan's house.
yeah, that guy's.
Actually, it's right down the street from my apartment.
Oh, really?
No, oh, cool.
Yeah,
Tell him
Which is right across the street from
they
Joe
won't
Rogan,
let me over anymore.
by the way. Yeah, everybody in Austin who does a podcast lives on the same street, guys.
It's just one long street.
Long street of people doing podcasts. That's the only place they got great internet. Everybody got great internet there.
Sad
Go
part
off
is
that
they have to
street.
keep knocking down people's homes to add more street.
Jesus.
Hey, you got.
I'm for that, actually.
If you
I'm
want
a
to make
big
an omelet,
proponent.
you got to break a few eggs.
I'm actually for that. I'm a proponent for getting rid of houses that are too close to the road so we can make the roads bigger. Give people subsidies for the, give them a fucking load of money, and let's get their ass out of the way so I can have a 6-lane freeway in one of the largest cities in the country. I'm sorry. But that's
You know
just
what else Texas needs? Sidewalks. Put fucking sidewalks on streets.
Yeah.
Come
Shout
on.
out to Alabama.
Yeah.
Shout out to
right.
the whole
It's a
South.
weird
No
South.
sidewalks. You know what Texas really needs, or Austin really needs? All of Texas, the whole country. You know who? You know what they need?
What's that?
That's right.
Yeah, that's right. That's what we all need. We need a little bit of the
need
penguin in our
my
lives.
life.
We are talking about the Penguin episode 3, Bliss. Before we get into the nitty and the gritty, let's go over initial thoughts. Producer T, what were your initial thoughts on this episode of the Penguin?
I'm really liking the development of Vic becoming a henchman and everything. And I like it because I was kind of wondering what the fuck else are they going to do in the Penguin? Like, besides make it be the Penguin, what's going to be like the B plot that would happen with this show? And I'm loving this B plot because this helps with my theory of who is the best villain in Gotham to hench for. Because there's lots of henchmen, you know, there's a lot of villains, they have henchmen. Who is the best one to be a henchman for? And I always thought Penguin would probably be the best one. And with each episode, he's proven to be like the best one because, like, he's not just gonna like kill you for no reason. He'll only kill you if you like really fuck up. And then even when you kind of fuck up, he's gonna teach you a lesson. He's gonna be like, "What did you learn? Now let's move on." I was like,
Right.
Penguin.
No, I totally feel that. We've seen in other movies and like even in comics where like Mr. Freeze, Joker, the Riddler, they'll just kill their henchmen just because it's a Sunday. To them, it was just another Tuesday.
Well, we've seen that.
Two-Face literally flips a coin. That's if you're dead or not.
But that's not how Matt Reeves works.
No,
Who's the executive producer of
Eddie
the
Reeves.
show?
Matt Reeves.
And yeah, you know what? Is Robert Pattinson
Mm-hmm.
and is Matt Reeves.
And Zoe Katz.
No,
That's-
Zoe. Yeah, that was bad.
That was bad.
But you know what? Since you mentioned Zoe, one of the dopest things to me in this show is that we see
Colin Cobblepot.
no.
No.
It's that,
Mm-mm.
it's that we see Selena Kyle's older half sister, and we are getting to learn more about her, and like the story actually deals around her, not that she's just some sub character in this overall plot. I think that that's so dope because we might get, I mean, I think it's more likely that we get a Catwoman appearance in this show than we get a Batman. I am not looking to see Batman.
I'm pretty sure they came out and said Batman is just not coming out. They
they also said that he's not going to be in it.
Yeah, they did. Now, what I will say is, I could be wrong. We could be wrong because they told us that. They told us, yeah, exactly. They told us Tobey Maguire wasn't going to be in the movie, right?
They said that the second Star Trek movie wasn't about Khan.
They said that Joker 2 was going to be good.
He gets the button.
What I do hope we can see is a tease of who is going to be the next villain in the Batman, in the second Batman. If they can
I hope they don't make him Mr. Freeze.
The villain's going to be. I will want to see that.
That'd be interesting. Jeff, what were your initial thoughts on this third episode?
So the same thought I've been having. So first off was the same thought I've been having the first two, which is just, I can't believe how good this show is. I didn't want to watch it. I absolutely had that superhero fatigue going. I liked the Pattinson movie, but at the same time, I was like, I don't know if I need more Batman shoved down my throat. Like no part of me was like, yeah, let's have this show. And every part of me is so glad that I was wrong. That and Colin Farrell and Kristen Miliotti's characters, Penguin and Hangman, Oz and what's her name? Sophia, are just doing so well.
Yes.
They're playing the hell out of these roles. They're playing off each other so well. And the thing I'm probably liking the most about it is it's not easy for Oz. It seems like he's still going to come out on top, but I don't know how, because she is on top of it every step of the way. She doesn't know everything, but she's very, very suspicious. And this isn't your typical man, even anti-hero and hero situation where it's just like, oh, I thought of the one thing you didn't, so I went and you're stupid. Every time Oz comes up with something, she's fucking right there. I am blown away by the writing on this show.
Yeah, and I like, it's funny that you bring up Kristine Milioti.
I'll ask her when we get married.
I do like, I am loving her performance in this show, and I just want to play one really quick clip of like one of my favorite scenes from her in this show.
Make it quick.
Yes, thank you. Our nips just touched. Mine are so hard.
Mine are different sizes.
We were watching that, and like V pointed that out. I was like, wasn't she on 30 Rock as that bimbo chick? I was like, yeah, that's her.
Yeah, me and Bill were talking about that earlier today. We were like, or yesterday, we were like, how old is she? She's looked the exact same for like,
she must have been like 19.
I think she's my age.
Yeah, she's 30.
She is a year older than me.
Yeah, she's 39.
Yeah.
We looked it up. Because I'm
telling you, check out everything she's in.
That was a serious conversation that we had. I was like, yo,
you have to look it up immediately.
How old is this bitch? Because this bitch don't look like, seriously. Shout out to you, girl. You look about, it's hard for white people to do this now. You look about 30. 29.
Yes, it's the Italian in her. But I feel
like
like
they black actually.
And all jokes aside, I do feel like that clip, the black Italians. I do. All jokes aside, I do feel like that clip does show like how much range she does have on this show, because her character is so wildly different than that character that she played on 30 Rock. So I just feel like it shows her range in a way that we haven't been able to see from her a lot, because she's just mainly a comedic character actor. But what did you think? What were your initial thoughts on this episode?
Man, similar thoughts. I had similar thoughts. It's like this show was we talked about it first time that they said that they was going to make this, or it was actually just a rumor that they were going to make this movie.
Yeah.
And we said that, no, man, don't do that. We were like, you can go back and look at the tapes, baby. We were like, man, that sounds like a bad idea. DC has a bad track record. The last great, or actually, no, I'm going to say it this way. The Batman is the best DC movie that's not animated in the last 15 to 20 years.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Good thing you threw the animated caveat in there.
Oh yeah, because the animated ones be dope, which is why
that was always my problem with them. I was like, why can't the people who write and direct the animated ones be moved over to live action? Because they obviously know what they're doing. Like DC, you got talent in one department. Just let the animated people go over to the live action too, or like let the live action people study under the animated people. Do something, because you're like hitting it out of the park in one field, and you're just failing it in this direction.
I wonder if
it's the same material. It's the same fucking material. It's just a different medium.
I wonder if it's like with DreamWorks, where when they were making the Prince of Egypt, if someone was like not doing the best, they're like, fuck this guy. We can't fire him, but you know what? We'll punish him. We'll put him on this piece of shit project. I mean, no one's going to give a fuck about Shrek. And I'm wondering if like
Shrek.
That's happening with DC Animated, and they're like, yeah, send him over to that stupid cartoon. It's going to be bullshit. And it's like, oh, you mean the best movies you've made in the past decade? Okay.
Right.
Possibly.
Sometimes
I see them shitting on animation like that.
Sometimes it works out that way. Like I remember when Spider-Verse came out, or when they announced Spider-Verse, I was like, oh, well, this is just clearly another Sony money grab trying to make money off of Spider-Man. But they fucked around and gave it to people who were actually cared about the character and actually were very talented, and they made a really great thing. So and I think this is one of those.
They're doing across the Spider-Verse viewing here with a live orchestra, and I think I'm going to go.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Can you imagine how good that's going to be?
So yeah, our mom actually saw the Batman in a live orchestra in San Francisco. But I thought so. I'm pleasantly surprised by how good the show is, because we were talking about this last week. This is the first time, probably ever, that we have seen a television show written like a movie that's actually fucking really good. Mm-hmm. They have basically given us, or gonna give us, 8 movies. They not writing TV shows. This last episode was the most TV written like style of writing, if y'all know what I'm talking about. Like, it's the most TV style of writing that I've seen from this show, period, like so far. And the way, like Jeff already touched on it, Terry already touched on it, the way that they're exploring this world of Gotham City is so dope, because I don't feel like I'm in New York City. I don't feel like I'm in Chicago.
Right.
I feel like I'm in this city that I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Gotham. I'm in Gotham City. And like, I feel like I'm learning more about Gotham, right? Like, I never really thought about there's a bridge between like the city and like it's really like New York, and it's got the boroughs and shit, or Baltimore or Pittsburgh, or you know what I'm saying? Any one of these cities has got a bridge. When you go over the bridge in them cities, it's like the hood. St. Louis, okay, like you go like, if you in, which one are you in? Kansas? Are you in Kansas City, or are you in Missouri? I mean, are you in Kansas, or are you in Missouri? Like them kind of situations. The bridge. Anyway, it's terrible fucking town, terrible side of town, rather. And it's dilapidated before the fucking the levees broke, right? So I'm loving that I'm learning about the city, You know what I'm saying? And we got a piece of the Gotham Gazette in this episode.
Yeah,
like, got a little glimpse of the Gotham Gazette. I'm bringing that back, by the way. Blame 9 if you're mad about it not getting. Blame 9 if you're mad about it. Don't blame me. I tell people to blame other people, but blame 9.
But yeah, this.
By the way, you two should love Kirstyn even more than most. She was on 10 different episodes of Venture Brothers.
Oh, what?
She voiced multiple characters.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
And still one of the best episodes of Black Mirror ever.
This bitch is. Oh, you know what? Somebody else. Fucking. The company man started doing that shit.
Oh, the applause?
Yeah,
I saw. Yeah,
and now he goes 9-second applause.
He just sits there like awkwardly,
and then he cuts it off. Yo, son, he was not doing that, dude. I swear to God,
I mean,
people
applause is not
Alex. I'm not saying that it is a nuanced thing to add to your show. I'm just saying it's odd that I've been reaching out to this nigga for the past 3 months, and then all of a sudden he starts fucking hitting the applause button after he's had his YouTube channel for over a year. That's all I'm saying.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Thank you, Cardi. See, Cardi got my back. Y'all don't care.
But let's talk about episode. Let's talk about episode 3 of The Penguin, Bliss. In flashbacks, Victor is left orphaned after the seawall explosion drowns his family. These are obviously the events of the end of the Batman. Sophia introduces Oz to a new drug that was used on her and the other inmates at Arkham, and Oz names it Bliss. Now, what do you guys think about these, because we got the A plot and the B plot, like T was talking about. We got Oz and Sophia, which is obviously our A plot, and we got the tragic nature of Victor's backstory and
life.
His
backstory, his present, and what he wants to do about his future.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like the Christmas Carol episode for Victor today. What did you guys think of, let's just focus on Victor for a little bit. What did you guys think of his storyline and his flashback on his?
I am, like I said, Victor is helping prove my theory of why Penguin is the better villain to arch for. And he is just us. He takes the role of the audience and puts us in the situations to figure out what we would do. So we get to see everything through. So, I mean, he's a good character for the audience to relate to. They did just a bang up job. This dude, I haven't heard of him, but he's doing a great fucking job at killing this role, especially with that stutter he has. And so they both have now their little handicaps, but now we see that Victor's suffering from straight PTSD. And like how you were saying, this builds you the world if you're in Gotham. I never really kind of thought about that flood anymore. Ever since it happened in the movie, I was like, yeah, I guess they finally did fine. Batman gave $1 million or $1 billion. Bruce Wayne helped and everything was fine. But now seeing it through Victor's eyes and being on the ground level, because we saw it through Batman, he was at City Hall with all the rich people saving them.
Right.
But he was the fucking trench where fucking Vic was, to see his whole family just get fucking wiped out and happen immediately.
Right.
The way the movie portrayed it, it made it look like it didn't really kill nobody or hit nobody because it didn't get into City Hall. But now we're seeing it from Vic's eyes, and it's City Hall's way farther inland. What about all these people that were right here by the levees and shit? And I was like, wow, that makes you think.
Yeah, that's one of the things. And I mentioned this in my Batman review that nobody watched. Hello, that when that moment in that movie is really heroic and harrowing, but it's also you can't help but think about the fact
heroin.
Heroin.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of heroin.
That's basically this episode.
Heroin.
But it's crazy because you only have to think for a few more seconds to realize that there's so much more devastation throughout the whole city, rather than just he saved some people in this building. But there's so many people who died.
I mean, that was kind of. I mean, that to me was conveyed in the movie for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, It's that no.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know about that.
Well, no,
To me, I was like, oh man, people's couches are gonna be damp. Oh no.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying is what happened. That's what I'm trying to get to. What happens is people, it's the superhero neglect. They touch on it in Avengers Civil War.
Oh yeah.
Because what you do is you're just seeing all this explosions, and I talk about it every time we watch one of these movies. Fucking Godzilla movie or whatever. It's just like, oh, that building just frivolously just blew up, and like there was nobody in that building. Like, we're not even gonna talk about the millions of people that died in this fucking movie or in this fucking TV show, whatever it is. I always pay attention to those things. So to me, I mean, you know, it always was conveyed like I was expecting to see a lot more of it in this series, like the FEMA type stuff, because that's what happens when, like, for instance, Katrina or the hurricanes that we're dealing with right now, right? FEMA is the one that comes in, they come in with the trailers. It's not really well organized because how could you be in one of those types of situations? You're dealing with millions of people displaced.
Yeah.
And I was expecting to see that, but I do like how they've played it where now we're going to see why certain people haven't you know, been able to make it a recovery, or why certain people won't recover, right? Like, it's interesting, you know, that's what I had been expecting to see. So it was cool that they did it in this manner. You know, we see Victor for the first time trying to steal some rims.
Yeah,
like, come on, bro. He ain't street savvy either, because if you're street savvy, you know that you don't want to mess with the Penguins rims. That's just sounds
that's
crazy.
a very distinct car. You should have known whose car this is.
It's Plum.
It's
Plum.
Yeah. So there's actually, so one of the comics, the New 52, which a lot of people hated, but I very much enjoyed, especially Batman storyline. There's an entire volume, so like 5 issues right after 0 Year, which is the Riddler floods Gotham. It is brought back down to like there's no real technology or infrastructure. The Riddler's holding the city hostage, and Batman's got to figure out how to fight through it. And like until this episode, I didn't realize that the end of the movie was supposed to basically be that, where he literally just kind of reset the city. It was that much damage. And Terry, I think you said it perfectly. By using Vic to show this to us, they did such a good job of showing us the devastation. And also, I just loved how well they did, especially the flashback in the club. When he just starts looking around and seeing it again, I thought the way it was shot.
Yeah, mixed with the explosions, I couldn't tell. I was like, wait, are there explosions in the club or is he hallucinating?
Exactly. It was so good. It wasn't until I saw, is her name Gabriella? Like right next to him, I was like, oh, he's hallucinating.
Yeah. For me, Vic is, well, first of all, I thought he was on drugs. Like, I thought he got a little taste of the drug and started flipping out. But yeah, he was just having PTSD. Man up, man. Put some icy hot on it.
Maybe take some bliss, man. Bring it back down.
Man, bring it. Get your shit together, man. No. It's been months. No, I'm just joking. I think
walk it off.
Well, yeah, walk that shit. You know? I can't think of any other isms for that. But anyway,
rub a little dirt on it.
Yeah, rub a little dirt on it. Glue it. Put some glue on it. Some super glue. No. To me, like I said it in the chat earlier, by the way, if you're watching, thank you. And please participate in the chat. That's how we know you're watching. We can't
that
actually
Bill guy,
see
I agree with him. Yeah.
Say something. But yeah. After Bill said, after this episode, Vic might be the best character on the show. And I say that not in the sense that like he's the best actor. The guy who plays Vic isn't.
Although he is a phenomenal actor.
Very fucking amazing actor. Shout out to him. Shout out to black actors. Shout out to Puerto Rican actors. The Preta is real out here.
How hard must it be to act a stutter?
It's gotta be tough,
right?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
It's
Sorry.
gotta be tough.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I think I could do it, but I don't.
It's like pretending to sing bad.
Look, I pretend to like in all these shows that we talk about. So look, I'm a great actor. No, I'm joking.
No, we definitely don't pretend to like any of the shows we don't like.
Shout out to all the previous episodes. This is episode 188.
Oh, we love you, Jess.
Just so y'all know. And Jeff's almost been on here a solid year. We've had everybody on here basically almost a year.
That's insane. Yeah, I think it's a good time for me to quit.
Just quit while you're ahead. Just retire like Jordan. After 6 rings, you just hang it up. Sorry, like I don't know what we're talking about.
While you're looking that up, the guy that the fungus man, the fun guy, introduced himself as Dr. I forget his Dr. Trey Bloom. At one point, when Bruce goes missing for like I think over a year in the comics, Mr. Bloom comes out as like the big bad who almost takes down all of Gotham. So I'll be interested to see if they try and use this guy further in the future to make him into a supervillain in his own right.
I thought they were really gonna tease Hugo Strange.
I could see that.
Or
especially
Arkham,
with Sophia.
going back to Arkham, and I'm like, well, who's really at Arkham all the time? I was like, well,
yeah,
Hugo
y'all
Strange
keep saying that.
there.
We need a good live action Hugo. We've got great animated, but we need good live action.
What's Juice's name?
I can't remember what the character's name was.
No, Juice.
Oh,
Ross.
yeah. He is not Hugo Strange though.
No, I know. I'm just no.
Love Theo Rossi, by the way.
Yeah, no, bear with me. I was just asking what his name was. I was just gonna say that Alex immediately when he saw him, he was like, Hugo Strange. And I was like, no. I was like, he's more likely Ichabod, but then they showed his name is not Ichabod. But there is an issue apparently where they have him use that as a fake name, like the last name that the dude has. I can't remember what it was, Jonathan something. And apparently, like Scarecrow used that name in a last. No, it wasn't Crane. It's like an alias that Ichabod Crane used in the comic books in a series. I'm not that up on it. I'm just telling you what I did my research on.
No, yeah,
Theo Rossi is a fan of microdosing.
Hey, I knew I liked it.
Shout out to So Real. So Real
is awesome. I don't know if you're talking about the Penguin or this show.
The show is awesome. Yeah,
but either way,
probably talking about the Penguin. Honestly,
this show's all right.
But yeah, like
the show is fucking amazing, man. Shout out to us.
What happens next on this show? Yeah, like so we do get Oz and Sophia making a pitch to the Triads to help distribute the bliss, but they refuse to do business with them unless they gain support of BD.
Dude, distribute the bliss sounds wild. Distribute the bliss sounds like a television show or a band where you go get high as hell.
It sounds like a cult.
Ooh.
Distribute the bliss. Yeah,
2 things can be true.
Drugs, cults, they kind of go together like lamb and tuna fish.
Lamb and tuna.
But yeah, so what do you guys think of like this situation? Because Oz and Sophia, like they pretty much blackmail VD into supporting them. But this is all wrought from just like total improv in the moment. Like they're just lying improvisation. Like producer T, what did you think of this scene with like Sophia and Penguin like just pulling one over on the Triad or just lying their way through it?
I love it. I love how resourceful they're showing what the Penguin is all about. Because he was just like, the couple first portrayals we see him in, he's like just a fat goofy dude with umbrellas that shoot shit. Next Batman, we know he was like wealthy, but he was like a mutant and he was outcasted, and then he tried to like make up for it. And the next thing he's kind of like just In Gotham, he did a pretty good job, but he was like, super skinny. I didn't like a skinny penguin. That didn't sit right with me. But he was kind of, they had that like that mom relationship, but it showed how like determined he was. And it was kind of like a little bit better portrayal. But this one is like all of that, all of the good points that they've ever hit at portraying the penguin. We finally see them all put together.
I have never, ever, ever, ever muted anybody on this show, but when he said just Gotham, when he's talked about it, I almost
that's like, no, we can't do that.
we heard Bill's eyes twitch through the microphone. Yeah,
let me tell you something, man. I hate all WB DC shows, all of them. All of the TV shows before this DC, I hate it.
Yeah, I'm
such a fan of Gotham. I thought it was pretty good.
I didn't watch past the second season, but I liked the first season a lot.
That's the thirst for the Batman. That's what it is. That's the Batman.
No, I liked us following Gordon. Actually, I actually disliked that in the later seasons. They're like, let's show this child becoming Batman. I was like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah, see, I didn't like that part. I liked all of Jim Gordon.
That's how you mess up Batman.
Yeah, I
like the Gordon and Bullock relationship. That was real good for me.
Mm-hmm.
I only watched the first 2 episodes of Gotham, and I was like, okay, I see what they're doing here, but like, I wish they delved more into the cop drama aspect of it than trying to do any Bruce Wayne Batman backdoor stuff. But speaking of things that like could have been things that could have been better, things that could have been worse,
Lois and Clark.
Yeah, Banthas did say Lois and Clark was pretty good. I heard on a podcast
Tiffany
recently, Kevin Smith said they had a conversation with Paul Walter Hauser. He won the Golden Globe.
PWH. That's my dude, man. Shout out to PWH
for a Blackbird TV series. A husky guy. And he said that we
got drunk together in Cabo.
He said, he said years ago that he would love to play Penguin. And it's kind of, and I just only bring that up because, like, Colin Farrell is a young he's like Colin Farrell's a young, slim, handsome dude. Or no, he's not young. He's not young, but he's a slim, handsome dude. And Paul Walter Hauser, he's like, there's a lot of actors.
Paul Walter Hauser is not like he's a big chunky guy, but he got guns. He's got the gun show. Like when I say he's chunky, he's also a big dude.
Right. I mean, of course he has muscles. He trained at Miyagi-Do. Duh.
Miyagi-Do. But did he train at Miyagi-Do?
Miyagi-Do.
I don't think he would have done a good job.
I don't think so.
I think we would have gotten that goofy, silly penguin again, as opposed to what we're getting with Farrell, which is like, this is a good fucking serious role. Now, I will say, like, what was the movie about the Atlanta Olympics? Richard Jewell. He was good in that, and that was a more serious role. But even in that role, the entire time, I was like, I just expect you to just be goofy at any second now,
Tulsa King. I feel like, I've only seen him in 2 things. I've only seen him in an episode of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. And I saw him in a Blackbird, which is like a super dramatic movie where that's where he won his Golden Globe, where he plays this pedophile in prison.
Well, PDF file is what we say on the show. PDF file.
PDF file. But
enough trouble with YouTube.
I think that he has a lot of range, and there are a lot of actors, just because obviously Hollywood's they're getting over a lot of hurdles, but they still like fucking like shit on overweight actors. Like, they're kind of typecast to very specific roles, and like, I don't know, this is a role that's kind of made for an actor of his like size and
girth,
and he's also a very talented actor, but it ends up going to a skinny, handsome guy that has all this makeup. I don't know. Like, I don't know if anybody feels.
No, because the way that it worked out is Colin Farrell was they wanted Colin Farrell to just be Colin Farrell. They didn't want to have a fat penguin. They didn't want. Colin Farrell came with
to fight for it.
This, and they exactly. They had to fight for it. So he came with all of this character. He came with all of the idea, the walk, the face, the gaining weight. I mean, put on the prosthetic weight. Everything he's wearing is fake. This nigga is got abs right now. You know what I'm saying?
The fight to be allowed to smoke tobacco, the cigars.
Yes, because that's not something that we're gonna do in a television show but because I don't think he's
and they wouldn't let him do it in the movie.
Yeah, he didn't do it in the movie. Yeah, so I was about to say I don't think they let him do the movie, but yeah, Jeff said confirmed.
Thank you, IMDb trivia.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, in all cards of the table, I'm saying I think Colin Farrell is doing a phenomenal job, and I can't even really imagine anybody else performing it. Like I'm sure that Paul Walter Hauser would do a great job because he's a great actor, but I just wanted to bring up the conversation because it's interesting that this young this attractive person was put in ugly people makeup, kind of like Charlize Theron in Monster. Like it happens a lot in Hollywood.
Shout out to Othelius. He said Drake and Diddy should be eligible for that Golden Globe.
They'll be nominated next year.
Oh man, let me tell you something. I'm taking my Diddy episode and sending it to the Webbies. Try to get nominated for my Webby episode. No, just joking. Y'all will never see me with a Webby, us with a Webby. You know why? Because you have to pay for that shit, and it's like it was almost $7,000 for what I was trying to. I was basically trying to sign us up for every category that fit our criteria. Right? They wanted $7,000. I'm gonna tell you right now, Webbies, you can sack my duck.
Unless I'm winning 14,000, I'm not doing that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna win a statue that I probably have to pay $100 for taking home.
Yeah, if you win, you have to pay more money. But what happens later? Meanwhile, Victor is torn by his desire to leave Gotham with his girlfriend in pursuit of a better life and staying with Oz to potentially become rich and powerful.
Yeah, man.
He also fears that Oz will kill him if he tries to desert.
Pussy and death.
What did you
tell you something, man? There's a lot of people who all through history, man. That's what I was thinking about. All through history, it's a lot of people who did things because of some pussy. You know what I'm saying? And some Dak. You know what I'm saying? And people have risked their lives for this shit. Think about all the white women who was like, "Ooh, I want to have sex with that black dude, but I can't do it." But then they did it.
And then they ruined the lives.
Look, as early as the 60s, it was illegal, as we learned. Remember, we figured that out watching
watching the
Lady in the Lake.
Yeah, Lady in the Lake.
It was illegal to be seen with a black dude if you're a woman. It was illegal to live with a black man if you were a white woman.
He straight up lost his job just because he was sleeping with a white woman. I was like, God damn, dude.
Now,
like, that's
I can understand y'all don't like it. You come to my house, you throw bricks through it. You maybe even set it on fire. Maybe you chase my woman down the street. But God damn, I got to go to jail. Like, I can understand my life being ruined. But like I said, people were still risking it. Okay.
Yeah.
Go back to slavery. Okay. People was risking it. Ooh, shit. So it wasn't a surprise to me that he thought about it. But, of course, he wasn't going to do it. I feel like this is our first filler episode, which couldn't have been a better filler episode. If this is our filler episode, hey, that was an amazing, it was well done. It was an amazing filler episode. But, yeah, I know y'all really fucked with the story of Vic, but I was like, yo, this is a little bit much. We staying with Vic too long, but we had 2 episodes. We don't know nothing about him, right? So
now we know everything about him.
Exactly. Now we know everything about him, and I don't want to know nothing else about him. If we got
I feel like
I feel like anything else we learn about him needs to be present.
Yeah, I do feel like that this was, obviously a very Vic heavy episode, and they got a lot of the exposition about his backstory and like what his wants and what his needs are like now and going forward. Like producer T was saying, like this is very much just like figuring out who he is, and like the audience knowing who he is, so that way we can fall more in love with him. So when they kill him in the finale, it'll be that much more interesting.
Yeah, I'm the only one still. Nope, not gonna die. Even Heavy Spoiler said it. I told him, nope.
I feel
He's
like
not gonna die.
somebody was saying, like, I read an article talking about this is setting up for the penguin to die at the end. But I'm like, you are smoking crack.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's so funny because then of the idea of like them trying to find a way to write the limp into, because obviously that means that Vic becomes the penguin. It's like, okay, so then they write in that like he gains 30 pounds and gets a limp. Okay.
Yeah, no, y'all kids who keep saying that shit. Hold on.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go.
Because I was about to hit the button, but then he brought up the video, and that was better.
Wally Goggs needed to show up.
Yeah, no, y'all need to go outside, see the fucking light.
Nerd.
You fucking sitting out. You're sitting in your mama's bed basement too long if you're coming up with theories like that.
There was one thing I was somewhat disappointed about with Vic's girlfriend is how she was like, I'm going to go off and I'm going to move to California. And I was so hoping she was going to be like, I'm going to go off and move to Metropolis.
Right.
Or at least like Coast City.
You know, Coastal City. Why would she say California? Like,
I'm going to tell you why she said California. Because that was the writer's way of saying you will never see this bitch ever again. This person will no longer be on this show. It has nothing to do with Gotham. That is what they was telling you. Don't get no theories about how this bitch is the next one.
Yeah, because you would have said Metropolis, you'd be like, well, who does she become?
Yeah. Like, no, nigga, this is it.
And Jimmy Olsen?
I do like it when they do little things like that, and they'll say like, "Oh, I'm actually going to Central City or whatever," like or Bloodhaven makes this fictional world because DC. That's one thing that separates it from Marvel. X-Men, Fantastic Four, and all those guys. Yeah, it's fake. Unlike Marvel.
Marvel is real.
You mean the docu-series that is Marvel? Correct.
Yeah, Marvel is real.
The MC documentary series.
Down you go.
They most of the Marvel superheroes are in New York, but there is no New York in DC. We got Gotham and we got Central City.
There is a New York, but there's also a Gotham.
Wait, there's a New York too?
No, there's a New York, but it's not in DC because DC is the capital, and then New York is in New York.
Geographical joke.
So Vic drives a car into someone.
Victor returns to Oz the last second, only to find that he and Sophia are under attack by the Maronis, who have realized his duplicity. Victor escapes with Oz, but Sophia is left behind.
Yeah, now they got to that by cheating out Johnny Vitti. Like the first episode, we saw those pictures with Johnny Vitti with his mistress. And then, which looked like they just filmed that, and then they just took those pictures and then filmed that shot right after. But yeah,
the actor was like, "You guys sure we don't need another take?"
I can do this all day.
Yeah, baby, you know what I'm talking about. Sorry, it's Shannon Sharp. Anyway, so Johnny calls the big Chinese drug lord. And he's like, yo, you're okay to go. So like you were saying, he was lying his way through everything. And then it all comes to a head because the Maronis ain't playing around.
No.
And also, when did the Maronis become? Isn't that lady Indian? She a Maroni? I don't know. She must have married into
she was
Pakistani.
She was Middle Eastern in Punisher.
Yeah,
wasn't she Pakistani in what you call it, Miss Marvel?
Yeah.
So she's Pakistani in nigga. She's in Polite Society.
No, she's not in Polite Society. That's a different actress.
That's a different actress.
Yes, different actress.
She was born in Tehran, Iran.
She's
like Mark Strong or Oscar Isaac, where Hollywood's just like, you brown, you are this now.
You are.
You Ben Affleck, you brown.
That's the one drop that we did not get yet. Damn.
Yeah,
that's the one drop we missed.
We gotta grab that job.
Yeah. We gotta grab that.
We need a drop for all occasions.
Yes. I have 4 pages here. I got 4 I'm joking. Got all kind of buttons here.
The drop board just becomes an entire wall.
Dude,
We have too many
are
jobs.
you man? Wait till y'all, man. When I get a switchboard over here, y'all. I'm gonna start clipping things that y'all say, getting stutters and shit. And I'm gonna just play that shit.
Can't wait for that. Producer T, like, what are you like looking forward to in the next episode? Because we got a kind of a cliffhanger. Sophia's left high and dry.
I don't know. I have no expectations of what I want to see really, except for maybe like towards the end of I just want to see them tease who's gonna be the next villain. But I'm in it for the ride. I'm in it going blindfolded. I'm not gonna make any predictions or guesses. I just want to watch it.
Okay, well then I won't ask you who you think is gonna be the guest cameo. That didn't work out well.
Yeah, there's probably gonna be somebody who shows up.
Shout
later.
out to So Real. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. I was gonna say, girl, dude. I don't know if you're a girl or you're a dude, but keep it coming, man. Keep those comments coming. So Real said, and I wasted trash $30 on the new Joker movie. Yeah.
I think all of us were talking about it earlier that we all saw something else instead. Joker, like I was gonna go see Joker, but then I was like, no, I'd rather go see Speak No.
I watched.
So glad it's failing this badly. I did not like the original, so
Yeah, no, I didn't watch the first one. I refused it. I protested against it. I protested against its making. It did not need to be made. And the Joker does not have a movie without Batman. They do not exist without
it. It was good. I'm not even gonna lie. I fucking love that first one.
I don't dig it. I don't dig it at all. I watched Arcane at home instead of shout out to Arcane. We will be covering season 3.
Season 2.
Season 2.
When that drops, we'll definitely be covering that. I've been enjoying rewatching it with you because I forgot how amazing that show is. It's been like 2 years.
Othelia said, I didn't like the first Joker enough to want to check out the
fucking love Othelia.
And So Real said, I didn't get the memo.
We all changed our Joker plans last minute. And we're just like,
make sure you like and subscribe so that you make sure you get those memos, because we will be talking mad shit about movies that we know are going to be bad before they come out.
And I'm gonna be reposting my review and analysis of the first Joker movie, and I'm gonna be doing a review of The Substance and Joker 2 for members only. So if you want to check that out, you gotta peek behind the curtain and spend that $1 a month.
Yeah, just hit the joint, and then you'll be charged $1. And then you'll get that sweet members only.
Yes. Dr. Joseph Ritter, what were your final thoughts on this episode? Anything you're excited about with this cliffhanger?
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Oz gets his way out of this one, because so at the beginning of it, we're dealing with Oz is playing Maroney's and the Falcons perfectly, and at the end, the Maroney's are literally trying to kill him, and the person that also got away is the leader of the Falcons. So he's just, and this is 8 episodes long? It's episode 4. Yeah. And they're already putting him in this position. I think it's going to be good.
Yeah. Shout out to having regular television schedules instead of fucking doing stupid shit like putting out 2 episodes and then putting out 2 episodes after that.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a little bit.
Oh, we get into that next.
But yeah, and it's funny what you were saying before. Like the showrunner for Supernatural and The Boys, he was talking about how there's so many streaming shows now that are more trying to make 1 hour movies, 8 1 hour movies, rather than telling a TV show how it's supposed to be told. And to your point, this is weirdly doing both. It's riding that line really, really well, being very cinematic and very storytellish. You want to talk a little bit more what you're looking forward to as this show goes on?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Final thoughts on the episode, or
I think I said enough. It was a great episode. Like you just basically took all my points when you were throwing it to me. You said everything.
Yeah,
that
it's never good being the last one in this roundup.
just told he threw it to me real smooth, but he also took everything that I said was gonna say. But yeah, like I said, man, this show has been good. It's a wonderful surprise, just like you guys were saying. This shit just is episode 4, you know, and usually that's when you get your lull episode, you know, so maybe that's what I was feeling. Oh, excuse me, yeah, episode 3, and yeah, 3 or 4 could be that episode that like where it comes down a little bit in the series. So I'm not mad at the whole Vic episode, but you know, I hope we don't get no episodes where we gotta go through everybody's background. Like, I just want it all to play out. You know, I don't need to see the Hangman's. Like,
She's the only one left.
Unless she's not actually the Hangman, because we got a little bit
They
of
kind of alluded to that, didn't they?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's not.
Right. Well, and so if she's not, maybe that'll make it more interesting, showing that part of the story, like of the backstory of that. Yeah. But I'm good on that shit. Let's just keep it pushing, you know, because the story itself is driving us. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It is pumping.
I'll tell you what, if she's not the Hangman, by the end of this, she will be.
I know. Somebody's going to be hung.
Yeah, I think it would be more interesting.
Somebody's going to be hanged. You hung a picture, you hanged a person.
Go outside, nerd. Get out. Go. I ain't got time to be.
But no, like, and yeah, there's definitely a lot of like, there's a little bit of a mystery box with this story, like trying to figure out the backstories of a couple of different characters. I personally would love that if she's like, this is like a villain origin story for her. But you know, let's.
Oh, you mean like later on she'll be the Falcone in the movies? Like she'll be the boss.
Right.
Dude, if they bring her into the movies, I'll be very happy.
I think that's what all this is setting up, and that's why I don't think Vic is going to die. I think he's going to be the henchman for Penguin. Every real big boss has to have a henchman. Yeah. Falcone's was Penguin. I think that Vic is going to be groomed to be in the movies going forward as like an important part of Penguin's life. I think that is the villain story, origin story that we may be watching. He's already made the decisions to stay.
Yeah.
And like Jeff alluded to earlier, he committed a murder.
What's Victor's last name?
What's what?
Aguilar.
Oh yeah, that's his last name. Yeah.
I was just trying to put something together, and I thought it might be
wondering if he was going to become like Two-Face or something.
No, if he would become Victor Zsasz.
Bro,
yeah, that's what a lot of people have alluded to, and like I said, I don't think he's gonna die. I'm really excited about this show, but we gotta keep it pushing.
Oh yeah, let's get to the real mystery box.
And with that, I gotta dip out.
Where can the people find
watching the Penguin?
Yeah, tell the people where they can find you on the interwebs.
Always at my Instagram. The best one would be TPens Co. And maybe this Thursday or something, I'm gonna think so we could do a giveaway. So I got these Alamo Draft House pins. Also got these weird Paris pins that my manufacturer likes to send me stuff every now and then.
Is that a paddle?
I got those to give away. So we'll think of something.
It looked like a paddle.
Yeah. It's a paddle.
Okay.
Or a fan. It might be a fan.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Those Alamo pins are nice. And even the cardstock you put them on looks good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sick, man.
I don't know. I didn't know what cardstock was until about a year ago. I didn't even know what that was. Somebody said they want some cardstock. I was like, they got stock in cards. How much it costs? How much a share is it? And they said I was dumb. They didn't have much help from me.
Until next time, guys.
Have a good one, Producer T.
See you, man.
Yeah, thanks for joining us on the Penguin discussion, guys. If you guys have any other comments about the Penguin, let us know. And let us know if you're enjoying the show so far.
You know what show I'm really enjoying?
Check out New 52 Batman 0 Year and check out Batman Earth 1. 0 Year's got some awesome post-flooding Batman stories, and Earth 1 has a really awesome Penguin.
Dope.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Cite your sources, you know what I'm saying? But you know what show I'm enjoying right now?
FX's Grotesquerie.
Oh yeah,
we're getting into
gross Texcurosa.
That is an accurate description.
It is gross as a motherfucker.
Yeah, this has been a crazy show. And we got blessed with an abundance of a TV show once again. And it's an embarrassment of riches. We got 2 episodes for the premiere, and we got 3 and 4 dropped this week as well.
What is the point of it being a mystery that that's going to happen? Like, why do they have to like keep that like to themselves?
Bill, I got some bad news for you, buddy.
What's that?
Episode 5, October 9th. Episode 6, October 9th. Episode 7, October 16th. Episode 8, October 23rd. Episode 9, October 23rd. Episode 10, October 30th.
This is how you look.
Just start airing it earlier.
Exactly. If you want to get to Halloween, just start it 4 weeks earlier.
Good.
1 week earlier, I guess. Jesus fuck.
The most bizarre. It's the most bizarre.
Giving me a headache. We put your show on our list because it's 10 episodes and it gives us 10 weeks of television.
They also could have just started it a week later and had every release date be 2 episodes.
Yeah.
Sup, Talking Turd.
What up, Talking Turd? Shout out to Talking Turd. Sorry, sorry, your shirt is on CPT time. Alex has to send it because I don't have the code.
Oh yeah, that's my fault. But
it was my fault first, but now it's his fault. So just so you know, but you're gonna get that shit soon.
You'll definitely get it. What were your? Let's talk about initial thoughts on these first 2. I mean, on these next 2 episodes.
Good to see you too, Talking Turd.
Yeah, always a pleasure. Talking Turd. Bill, I'll let you go first. What was your initial thoughts on episode 3 and 4?
Yo, so crazy story. I'm glad you went to me first because well, you want to read that? Read that.
Because Bill's the killer.
Billy says, while Bill asked like he was Pumbaa and someone asked him who is a pig.
They call me
Mr. Pig. You know, it's a funny story. Asking me first is great because I watched this episode on the DVR, right? Shout out to YouTube TV. Everything is YouTube. We are YouTube. So the way the DVR works is it recorded it and then it puts it up there as a little thumbnail, right? So then I see the thumbnail, I click, I watch. Turns out I was watching it live.
Oh,
so but it was up, you know, it was ahead of me, so I ain't had to watch the commercials, right? I'm just like, oh, okay, cool.
Always nice,
right? That's what you love about DVR. I can be late, but I'm always on time, right? Well, wrong, because when so the way FX works, they show an episode, and then they show another episode, and when they get to the end of their regular program slots, they repeat those last episodes.
Yeah.
Well,
that's right.
He's doing Sons of Anarchy.
So I fucking ended up watching episode 4, thinking it was episode 3, and then when episode 3 finished, when episode 4 finished, episode 3 started recording as well by that time. So now I'm like, wait a minute, I thought I just watched episode 3. What the fuck is going on? So
what is happening?
I was mad for a good 45 minutes, and then I turned it off. Because I was like still mad. I was like, I'll watch this shit some other time in order. And I did that. And then I watched it with you in order as well. And I thoroughly enjoyed myself. Very fucking creepy shit going on. We got a possessed nurse, maybe. Yeah. I mean, none. Maybe a possessed nun.
Maybe
She
possessed by horniness.
Yeah. Dude, when she was falling and flapping around in the fucking hallway after touching a nigga's back,
I was like, yeah, I've seen that before.
so I can diagnose this.
If there's not a drunkies quote section, that's going in it.
We could do best quotes of man. There's so many of these shows. 52 episodes.
Yeah,
That's
we
too
gotta
many.
do some mining. I have to get Trevor on it.
What happened to Trevor? Trevor,
He's
what the
still
fuck
around, but
happened to you?
I'm just busy. I'm too lazy to fucking like ask him to do shit. Anyway, that's behind the curtain.
I mean, I got another shirt idea if that's Trevor's wheelhouse.
Oh yeah, no, that's Noah. Shout out
that's
to Noah.
Noah.
We
Shout
got
out
All
to
that.
right, I got another one for Noah.
Yeah, so no,
Please
yeah,
don't.
send that on over, Red Rover.
But what about you, Dr. Joseph Ritter? What did you think of this episode of Grotesquerie?
So, I obviously wasn't here last week, so I watched all 4 episodes today, and who boy, this show, fuck. God damn. Okay.
Now you know why we were telling Blake he needed to watch it.
Blake should not watch it. No.
Low-key, he already has. He's already caught up.
All right. Well, okay.
Shout out
Blown away, not blown away in a different way than the Penguin does. Very much just like this is. It's like if True Detective didn't have people saying like, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't show that."
Yes,
exactly.
Except, well, never mind.
And these last 2 episodes were really interesting because, so obviously the entire series so far has a lot of like, we're not sure what actually is happening and what isn't, because we're seeing it from different characters' points of views who may be hallucinating, maybe dreaming, maybe drunk as a fucking skunk. Who knows?
Maybe all 3.
Exactly. But I'll tell you what, like, I can't figure this show out, and I'm enjoying the hell out of that. And yeah, I'm excited to see where we keep going. I've got obviously further thoughts. Question for you guys: who's your favorite serial killer?
Like of all time, or just
of all time?
I got one.
Go ahead. You go first.
John Wayne Gacy.
John Wayne Gacy. Okay, that's pretty good.
1.1 miles from the house I grew up in.
Oh,
that's where his house was.
Really? Oh, that's crazy.
One of the kids I was in grade school with, his dad had to help some digging.
Oh god damn, that's crazy.
That's wild.
That's crazy.
Makes me think about that show Mindhunter. It really, that was one of the.
Hey, I'm all about the hometown heroes, man.
What was that?
Support your hometown.
I forgot. I just drew a blank. But damn, Ed.
Gein.
Yes, they mentioned him in this in the episode 2 or episode 1. Episode 2.
Yeah, episode 2, because that was the one where they were talking about it. That's he's the guy they based Leatherface and Hannibal Lecter off of.
Yes, and he's the first person that they interview, or second person that they interview in what's it called that you were just talking about?
Mindhunter.
Yeah, they talked to him first. He's the big, massive dude who murdered his mother, and then
no, he didn't murder her. She died of natural causes, but he went so batshit fucking crazy. He tried to dig her up, but couldn't because they encased her in cement. So he dug other people up and made a skin suit. Also, Norman Bates is based off him.
I was talking about a different dude. His name's Ed. I can't remember his name, but
Ed Kemper.
Killed his mom.
Ed Kemper, yeah.
Ed Kemper is the out in California.
How do you kill your mom, then get out of jail?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's just
back when America was great.
Yeah, shout out to the 70s. You could kill somebody and
trying to make it great again. Come on.
Seriously, you know you could get out of jail. Capital murder didn't start until like the late 70s. Like,
dude, what's his face?
Yeah.
God damn it. Efron played him. Bundy got out of jail twice.
Bundy, yes. Dude,
Yeesh.
my favorite serial killer of all time, though, is of course, is Dexter. Duh.
Alex, who's your favorite serial killer?
Joker, obviously.
Yes, there it is. There it is. Talking Turd is on the case.
Fuck out of here.
Talking Turd is on the case.
I just don't know serial killers like that, like not real ones.
I can help.
Jack the Ripper is Alex's favorite.
Talking Turd said Fred West. Actually, probably.
Yeah, Jack the Ripper's so boring. He got like 3 people.
Yeah, he was over sensationalized. He wasn't like he was.
They think it might have actually been H.H. Holmes, America's first serial killer, who built a murder castle.
I remember hearing about H.H. Holmes. Yeah, like I saw like a little docuseries about him. He's fucking crazy. He might be my favorite. I guess he's pretty.
He's a good one. He's the OG.
So yeah, no, Fred West, crazy. There's another British serial killer that maybe Talking Turd knows. He like stuffed all of his. He like put everybody in the drain. Like he was just stuffing everything in the drain.
Oh yeah.
That's what ended up getting them caught is like everything
because
fucked up in the apartment complex.
His downstairs neighbor called a plumber.
Right.
And that's what got him caught.
Talking Turd said in the chat, Fred and Rosemary West lived close to my town in England.
God damn.
They were bad people.
Yo,
as opposed to the other serial killers on the list.
England's not that big of a place.
They're all right.
That's they actually have too many serial killers for how many people they have.
Yeah, per capita is just like
that's
too
actually
many.
kind of wild. like we're just paying like 7 fucking.
Don't worry, America's trying to catch up.
We're on our way. God damn it, we're on our way.
Yeah.
College try.
We were neck and neck, and then Epstein happened. But we move on. I guess he's not a serial killer. Anyway, in Grotesquerie episode 3, the Bender, we were given more extensive glimpse into the relationship between Lois and her daughter Merritt. They don't have a typical mother-daughter relationship at all. Lois wants Merritt to stop overeating, and Merritt wants her mom to stop drinking. Now we kind of like got that sense throughout the first 2 episodes, but this is where they like explicitly say,
they literally say those words.
You stop eating, and then at the same time they both indulge in their pleasures. Yeah. Dr. Joseph Ritter, what did you think of like their relationship depicted in this episode specifically?
I did think it was interesting that. So you often think of alcohol as obviously, something, an issue, a vice that becomes an issue. And
you say take a shot?
Yeah, why not? I mean, every time you say the word alcohol, you're supposed to drink.
Trash can fire. I don't know.
But while we obviously know obesity is a huge issue in America, you don't think about it in such an obvious fashion. I mean, hell, the daughter's not even just like, hey, I'm eating my emotions, or hey, I have body dysmorphia, eating disorders sort of thing. She literally just wants to get on a fucking show. I don't know if there's a more American way to kill yourself.
Yeah. I feel like. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm fat and I'm watching this girl eat and I'm like, what are you doing? This is too much. This is just no.
Yeah, gaining weight for capitalism's sake, that's a different motivation.
I don't know if she's gaining weight for capitalism's sake so much as she's like, well, I'm already fat and I could get on this show and I could lose the weight.
Talking Turd's bottom one. Death by Doritos.
That's how I want to go.
Right? So cool, I'm glad that we're talking about the eating, because anybody else, I mean, come on, be honest. And in the chat, I want you to be honest too. Anybody else watch this episode and want to make a turducken?
I was getting so damn hungry.
I love cooking, and no.
I don't want to make one. I just want to eat one.
Oh, now. Then yes.
Like I want to eat the hell out of a turducken.
Yeah, delicious.
You know what? It did make me want to make was andouille stuffing. and duly sausage stuffing. That sounds
Ooh.
fucking amazing.
And the stuffing that was coming out of that turducken looked pretty great. Ophelia said, "Hell nah." And like one of the things is funny while watching this scene while she was making the turducken, because I want to talk about a little bit about theories, because we're gonna pull up this whole suspect board, but internet was not internet earlier, so we have to get rid of that.
Fuck that tier shit. That fucking website sucks.
But I do want to talk. But I do want to talk about like some of our suspects, or at least one specifically, because in this scene it did make me reminisce to this movie called The Substance. If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. But as she's sewing together the turducken and how efficient she is at it, then later we get like these hints throughout the episode about just like, oh, one of the murders had to have been conducted by someone who's
a doctor or a coroner,
right? Someone who can sew very well, and we see the stitches on the priest's back. Which makes it seem like someone who can stitch very well was related to that, and just like
someone had to stitch it,
right? And someone had to do it because he can't do it himself,
and not just that, but also the stitching itself. So the stitching that she used on the turducken, I don't know what it was, but kitchen twine. This is kitchen twine. It's white. Right. She was using some black. Like it looked. It didn't even look like twine. So there was that. It looked
like rope.
Yeah.
Like almost nylon rope, almost.
Yeah,
exactly. And it was the exact same kind that was on the priest's back, which that's not what you use for human stitches. That's almost like fishing line.
Right. And like you just mentioned, it was like Alex just mentioned for our radio viewers, our listeners. The stitching on the body that was at the strip club was the same as well.
It's hot, yeah.
Yeah.
So which leads me to, like you were saying, the tier situation. Who done it? Who done did it? Who done did it? And it wasn't Diddy. Okay, so I don't want to hear all that.
You don't know? You didn't write this show?
No, you know what? I did.
That'll be a crazy cameo at the end. It was like, oh fuck, we gotta change all of this. We thought this was gonna be so cool.
Thought this was gonna be so funny, but now
someone posted a picture the other day. It's the scene with Russell Brand and Jonah Hill from Get Him to the Greek, and they're running away from Diddy, and it just said, "Well, this didn't age too well."
Yeah, that was in the chat. Y'all guys, you're missing out. The best show is in the chat.
I saw
memes we send each other.
Real quick, I just have before we move on, I saw 2 9-year-old children this morning watching a video on their phone of like Kesha recently where she's like, woke up in the morning feeling like Pete, and they're like, no. And the kids were laughing. I was like, you guys are 9. How do you know? You don't even know what's happening right now.
How do they not know what happened? You were 9. You knew Bill Clinton was getting his dick sucked in the White House. It's called.
I'll tell you what. I didn't know all of it. I didn't know about cigars at 9.
Well, no one.
Like,
they didn't.
That was 10 and a half.
Well, no. Well, that's because your parents didn't let you watch the deposition on television. But my parents did.
It's just so funny, like just like the short period of time these people have been alive, and just like P. Diddy's has had highs and lows. So like before this even happened, it's just like kind of crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
jumping in on this joke.
Clearly, he was doing well at the time. She popped up.
Diddy pop?
Yeah, she was popping up. I bet you she had never met P. Diddy at that point.
Oh yeah.
If that's true, I'll bet she's happy.
Yeah.
Yeah, she lived a better life.
One of the lucky ones.
Lois.
So back to Grotesquerie.
Back to Grotesquerie. Lois wants Mary to stop overeating. Mary wants her mom to stop drinking. Neither one of them seems to. Actually, no. Let's move past that. We already talked about that. It's
the one thing that I want to talk about that episode, because we get the flashback, right? That's that episode, right?
Of the
3.
Of 3, yeah, episode 3.
Is there a flashback at the beginning?
Yeah, we get the flashback with her and her husband, right?
That's while she's making the turducken, isn't it?
Yeah, like right.
Isn't that when she's telling her daughter
like
the story?
Right after like while they're eating it, she like tells her about how they met.
Right.
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk about that because I was like, yo, shouldn't we have gotten some younger people to play these actors. It was supposed to be in their 20s or their 30s, at least their 30s. He's a professor. Yeah. They got a grown ass kid in the present.
Yeah,
I'm thinking that
like in her mid-20s,
at least, or in her early 20s. Let's just say she's 21.
Yeah,
so 21 years ago, at least, that's when they met. They look the same.
Well,
come on, man.
I was cool. I was cool with him looking the same, because like with the cheating and everything, and him being a professor, you know, we get the whole like, is he maybe a bit of a predator vibe? And she was younger at the time, so that made sense to me. But yeah, she was just like, did she just change clothes?
Yeah. Put a big ass wig on.
Right?
Yeah, it felt very Wet Hot American Summer, where like we were like way too old to be playing their characters. Yeah, they would have.
I had to hate in some
that episode of Friends where 42-year-old Jennifer Aniston's freaking out about turning 30.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
So, is this supposed to be a comedy? No. I
actually it is. Friends is very much supposed to be a comedy.
I mean, well, yeah, no, this.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm back on the same page now. Okay.
But yeah, like I did bump against that a little bit, but I did think it was like a touching flashback, getting to know like these characters and how they got to know each other. Did you guys like the flashback? Did you think it was a little bit much and something we didn't need? Bill, I'll let you go first.
I just felt like it was. I mean, you could say it was needed because it has to explain the last episode, basically to episode 2, the conversation that they had where she was like, "Fuck you, nigga." Like you have to explain that they had a love for each other. You got to show where that love really, how it really was, because I'm under the impression that he's gonna come back to life, like, out of a coma. Yeah. You know what I mean? And also,
yeah, as long as old Nurse can finish him off, why wouldn't he come back,
dude? So
he's probably been awake for like 3 months. He's like, hey, if I can keep getting these free meals and get jerked off every other day, I'll just go lay right here in this bed.
Like,
3 hots, a cot, and a handy. Let's do it.
I've actually been able to move for the past 2 weeks. I just get up and walk around at night.
That would be the wildest reveal.
I just wake up at night and around 9 o'clock. I know they doing a shift change, and I can just walk around.
Steal some food from the vending machine.
Don't nobody know what I look like. I'll just be in the bed all day.
I would love it if that was the reveal, like the penultimate episode. We find out Rudy has just been awake the whole time.
And he's the killer.
Like, homegirl been rubbing my leg.
Oh man, no. How'd you feel about
leg?
How'd you feel about the flashback? Did you feel like it was necessary?
Yeah. I don't know if I'd say necessary. I did like it, except I thought it was a little too long. Like, okay, we get it. We get how they met. Don't need it to keep going. Like, come on.
Yeah.
You got 10 episodes scheduled weirdly. You can eat up other time, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I felt the same way. I was like, what are we doing here? Like, keep it going. Let's keep it pushing. Kind of like another episode that we watched. A show that we watched. I was ready for that shit to end. But let's talk about the murderers, man. Let's talk about our suspects, man. So, Alex, I'll let Jeff go first. He was already going. Who's your top suspects? You can go in whatever order you want to. You can go for top 5. Start from we'll go with top 5 because I think there's at least 5 suspects, right?
So yes. So I mean the most obvious is the weirdly horny priest. Which, how horny do you have to be if you know that jerking it is gonna end in you whipping yourself? Maybe just don't touch your dick.
Man, I ain't touching nothing. If I gotta
whip myself,
nothing. Even if it's just my dick, I'm gonna be afraid that it's gonna be something else that'll happen. Like I'm not touching.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, there's gonna be one time he's gonna end up going too far. It's just gonna come back around. It's gonna get right in the poop hole, and then he's just gonna tear that wide open. And that's why that's just, you know what? That's a doctor's appointment you don't want to explain.
Let me tell you something.
That's
It's
how my
not
uncle
often.
died.
It's not often that I have to try not to laugh on this show. But when he said tear it wide open,
So
tear it wide open. I'm putting myself on mute.
So the priest is obviously the most obvious, but I think he's too obvious. I don't think it's going to be him.
Oh.
They're giving us way too much for him to be the killer. The next most obvious, I would say, are two main girls, the nun and Lois.
yeah.
Now the nun, I again think she's a little too obvious. I don't think it's her just because that'd be too easy and everyone would figure it out. I think it might be Lois. Out of everyone we've seen so far, I could easily see it being her in like some sort of dissociative state or blackout. Like, you know, when she's like so blackout drunk. I mean, there's points where when she's drunk, she's seeing different things. Like that guy we see walking around her house could easily be a hallucination. But again, it doesn't feel right. So then the only other person I'm left with is Tay-Tay's boy. Because he's just too nice and hasn't shown any like sign that he's the killer, which makes me think he might be the killer.
Talking about Travis.
Like, yeah.
Bad City.
Like a lot of it for me doesn't come down to so much the evidence we have in this show, as much as like how would you properly write a 10 episode long mystery, you know?
Yeah, I hold on a second. Can I get this back? Thanks. Yeah. You can switch back. Sorry, just some production stuff going on over here.
I mean, if P were up there doing her fucking job.
Come on, Penny. God damn it. I am gonna go with my top 5 as Lois, the preacher, the nun, the nurse. The nurse. And who would be my top? Who would be my 5th one? Oh, it's doing that because of me. Sorry. Oh man, the Zoom is crazy. And number 5 is
Paul Walter Hauser.
Paul Walter Hauser. This is the one.
He's the main villain.
Tell you what, if it ends up being him, oof, you should put money on that.
Right.
I'm gonna go with the chief, though. I'm gonna go with the chief as my number 5.
The woman who got her out of the DUI.
Yes, the woman who got her out of the DUI. Oh, we're still too close. The woman who got her out of the DUI. That's right. But my top that's in order. Who I think may be the killers, and also that's if it's just one, because I believe very much
Billy Loomising it.
There's multiple killers here. There's no way there's not multiple killers, in my opinion, because you got what? What did you laughing about?
What if it's Kevin Spacey and this is just a prequel to 7?
Alex was talking so much 7 about this one. This episode had so much 7, and Alex was like, I was like, dude, this ain't even the same area.
No, I was saying about the first 2 episodes, but not this one. Not these ones.
Okay, well,
but it's everybody tries to replicate 7 because it's like one of the best thriller noir films ever made.
I mean, What's in the Box is one of the most. Anyone says the word box and someone ends up yelling, "What's in the box?"
That is absolutely true. But I think that it's a group of people. Lois being one of them kind of debunked in the last episode, in the 4th episode. Kind of debunked because like I want it to be one of our characters, but we get the last episode 4, excuse me, we get the girl at the very end jumping into the car in her bra and panties or maybe a swimsuit covered in blood.
Yeah.
Which I thought was going to be a Texas Chainsaw Massacre remake situation where she gets in and just like pulls out a gun.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
Or some
there's still time.
What is that other show? That other movie with the Rob Zombie movie?
Oh yeah,
The Devil's Rejects.
Oh.
Yeah.
I dated a girl who looked just like Olivia Moon Zombie, and she could do that laugh, and it was unsettling.
Yeah, it's cool, man.
Yeah, no, she do that.
Not when you're fooling around.
Yeah, I was gonna say she do that. It's gonna be like, pew. Like, can you step outside for a little while?
I think I just need to be alone right now.
I think I can handle this.
Yeah, like there's a lot of like mysteries going on around like who could be the killer. I do personally, I feel like Lois is one of my main suspects right now, just because of the memory loss and the weird cues they're doing with the light and how surreal things get when there's this weird light starts glowing around her. Like I feel like she's losing her grip on reality for sure. And certain things like her saying that the case aspects seem familiar to her in the first 2 episodes, and her like just like categorically, I mean, obviously, like she can explain that she knows all the people in the community, and that's why she knows everything about.
She knew like the one person's kneecap. Come on,
like it's very specific. Like
she did.
to know, I mean, like right off the top of your head, as soon as she saw it being like just at this point, I think blackout drunk.
Like, come on, that's Sheila's tattoo right there, and that one's clearly that's David. Yeah, David over there.
What did I put? Whose leg did I put? Oh yeah, that was David's leg.
Well,
let me check my inventory.
To me, the writers, they covered their tracks on that one because they've already explained previously that this lady has solved and closed over 400 cases. That's not including the cases she didn't solve, right? So she's been involved, and we've gotten the feel that she's been involved in the community, like when it comes to crime. Like everybody knows who she is. She has a comfortability. Everybody has a comfortability level with her, and that, except for Nurse Red.
How does she still have a job? You're a cop.
Dude, seriously, I just
arrest her.
Just punch her in the throat. Fuck, I don't like.
Yeah, like
punch her in the throat. She can't call for security if you punch her in the throat. That's a little tip for y'all today. I'm just letting you know. Let me tell you one more time. They can't call the police if you punch them in the throat. But yeah, they kind of already set up this mindset that she holds as far as the community, as far as trying to be a good cop and solving crimes, and I felt that was more believable only because of how they've set her character up previously. And that's also why I had a problem with going back in time and she looking the exact same. Like, I saw 400 cases in 3 years. I know that. God damn it! Like, what the fuck? But
I do feel like, to your point. Sorry,
but I'm just saying the things that she noticed were subtle. The cherry blossom tattoo. The girl who she recognized the other girl because she said she was offered to pierce her hoo-ha.
Right.
She said the lady wanted to pierce her pussy. Okay. You have an intimate relationship. Like you have you know this person. So I don't think it was just that it was workers, sex workers or whatever. She knew these people. Yeah. And that is when they get to the moment where she's trying to talk about how she's connected. This person killer is trying to torment her. And
Well, I mean,
I didn't know. I noticed this.
The sewn together body was from her puzzle.
I didn't even tweak that.
That's why I had that goat head.
Hold on now, we got some.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Did the music play while that was going? That would be dope if it was.
It did not, but that's one of our best drops we have.
No, that is really interesting. I do think the writing is doing a really good job with this scene, because they are towing that line of having us sowing seeds of suspicion, because she is able to clock an ankle tattoo from like 30 yards away, but also is very
while drunk.
While
she's not blackout drunk. She was blackout drunk. She wouldn't be able to have made it. Okay.
I've seen blackout be drunk people do some amazing.
Evidently,
but no.
Evidently, when you get to a point of alcoholism, when you get bad enough where you black out like all the time, like 2 drinks gets you so your brain turns off, but you keep going. So like it's a thing. Evidently,
she wasn't blackout drunk. She was actually asleep when they called her, so she started drinking when she was on the way there. She probably had
like a champ
before, but she was asleep, and then she woke up.
Yeah, but
it was 5 o'clock in the morning as well, by the way.
Right.
So
hair on the dog.
I say is that like
hair on the dog. That's right.
Is that though she is like the writing is doing a really good job, because though she's inebriated and she's able to clock these things so quickly compared to anyone else in the room, it also just like it speaks a lot to her expertise. Like though she has all these flaws, she is the best at what she does. And that just like accentuates that. And like, and one of the many things that are great about these noir protagonists, like you're misanthropes, you're damaged, you're self-medicating, abusive toward yourself.
You just calling her that because she's black.
But also at the same time, like she's the best at what she does, and like I think that scene like really accentuates.
There's two things,
her flaws and her strengths.
There's 2 things that I want to focus on before we move on to the next show topic, whatever. Lois has this light on her they're using in certain scenes. Most of them are like when she's in deep thought, almost like she's in a trance. And I think her alcoholism has been made to make you believe that, like the setup that she's an alcoholic, a functional alcoholic, like Talking Turd said in the comments, it leads you to believe she's wasted, and that's why she's having these trances. But I believe it has to do, if she is the killer, I think that is one thing that they're trying to show you is like every once in a while we see her we've seen her several times, quote unquote, blackout drunk, passed out on her bed. Like there's a lot of times she wakes up on her bed. She's extremely tired. We've already
the covers fully clothed. Yeah.
Her husband is already in the
cheating on her with the nurse.
But he mentioned in the flashback that she stays up late. She keeps bad hours. She's always out like real late. So like I think that maybe if she is the killer, these are the things that are pointing towards it. Also, the Travis Kelce situation seemed like a bit of a fever dream. Exactly. And that's the thing with this show so far that's kind of fucking me up. Like they did this fucking Thelma and Louise type fucking shit. Let's run off and together and shit. Like it really kind of tripped me out that they went that route. And then, like Jeff said, then the next episode was like, no, that was real.
Yeah.
The whole tone, I want to see who the director was on that. Because the whole tone changed of this show in episode 3. And then in episode 4, we get the other thing that I was wanting to talk about is the terrible, terrible, terrible musical number. I fucking do not know why we needed that musical number. And it didn't need to be the whole song. And then all of a sudden, the song is playing on the radio.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
I blocked it out for a second. I was like, what musical number are you talking about? But yeah.
He's like, I blocked it out. I tried to forget
Jesus
that.
Christ
Kind of block that dramatic
Oh
moment.
my gosh. How nifty.
I do want to talk, first, I do want to just touch on the light situation, because I did bring that up earlier, because it does seem like it's sort of like a way of triggering to the audience that something surrealistic is happening. And they even had the light moment happen when she had her dream, like when she had her dream where she was standing in the kitchen. There's the big light, and then she starts shooting into the dark front desk, into the front desk, in the front yard.
Room. Yeah.
And I thought that was very telling as to what is her how she's losing her grip on reality. Now, I don't know if that's going to mean that she's going to be the killer, but I do think that she's doing things while
there goes gravity.
Yeah, I didn't get that because she was in a dream, so I figured it's just a dream. But
the fact that the light, I'm saying the fact that the light is happening.
I know. I feel you. You ain't got to re-explain it. I was just saying. I didn't get that, but I see where you're saying. That's just one of the things I want to say about the light situation. But what'd you think about that, Jeff? You ain't got nothing to say about it?
Very similar, hey, is this it's are they daydreams? Are they hallucinations? It's clearly trying to point us to something, but I think they've done a good job of not giving us all of the evidence or info to figure it out yet. The one thing I keep wondering is it supposed to be like the divine or the opposite, helping or pushing these along? And that's literally just because of everything. I mean, the show itself is obviously just dealing with a lot of religion and church stuff. So that just makes me wonder if maybe are they trying to point to she's possessed? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on because the nurse looked like she got possessed when she got
none.
Yeah, why do I keep saying that? Anyway.
When she came.
Yeah, she busted a hole nut all the way down.
She orgasmed so hard, a demon came in.
No, I don't. Look, let me just tell y'all, the reason we're not playing the video is because they will demonetize this video, and then I'll have to fight for
3
it.
different reasons. Actually.
And then I'll have to fight for it, and then I'll win, but that'll be a week later, and then we'll already be doing this the next episode. So it's too much. But I do never seen nothing like that before in my life.
And I do want to, like you mentioned before we get out of here, I want to just touch on the Travis Kelce of it all, because everybody's been waiting for Travis Kelce to show up on the show. Apparently.
I put him in the thumbnail. You might as well talk about him.
I didn't even know he was on this show until like episode 2, when I was looking for trailers and I saw his face everywhere. I was like, wait,
I was a bit into episode 3 before I was like, I'm pretty sure that's exactly who I think it is.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, he's doing a good job.
Yeah, did you guys like his performance? Or what are you thinking of the character? Jeff, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, I think he's doing a great job. I was very surprised to be like, you can actually act. The main thing I want to know is just, I would love to see how many takes each of these scenes, how many takes to finally get it. Because so like we said, that first scene with the lighter and everything, he did a very good job of us being like, is he actually there? Is she hallucinating? I think that overall, I think he did some good stuff, but the one that really got me was him, the AA scene and the following bar scene. I thought he did very well with that. I really believed him, and I believed his character, and yeah, I like it.
That's because he's an alcoholic. No, I'm joking.
Hey, use what you got, man. Going from football to method acting. Okay.
Yeah, like what about you, Bill? What did you think of Travis Kelce's character and his performance?
Just for
His Fast
the
Eddie.
Yeah, this is Fast Eddie. I think this was filmed before he started dating Taylor Swift because he still got the butter fade. He still got the Boosie. He still got the Boosie fade. And now that he's been dating, when you dating black women, you have the fade. You start dating white women again.
Get the mustache.
You get the weird mustache and the curly hair. Your hair is all growing out. I gotta find a picture
of Travis Kelce this year.
Oh yeah, no, because this dude does not look the same at all. Like, what happened, Travis? I thought you was invited to the cookout.
In the show, he's groomed. In real life, it's like you're not a lumberjack, right?
Yeah, it's weird that he's decided to go with this look recently. Well, oh yeah, this is a great photo here that
he got like the richest woman he can, other than Oprah. He doesn't have to try anymore.
I mean, he hadn't had to try since college.
This is quintessential giving up on.
I just want to show y'all because
have you guys heard T Swift's new single? Go get a fucking job.
Have not. Check this out.
When are you gonna get a haircut?
This is exactly what I was talking about right here. I just want
Night and Day. I was like, is that his brother? I don't
because that does look like Jason.
It does look like
he does look like Jason right there.
It's also funny that it looks like, hey, football player now, hey, 80s football player.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he looks like he's straight out of 1978.
Yeah. He looks like he's about to do the Super Bowl shuffle.
Yeah, it sounds like you're about to hear the NFL music play. Bum, 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 bum.
It looks like that T-shirt isn't his uniform number. It looks like that's the year.
Yeah, it's like this is the Pro Bowl of 1987.
He looks like a special guest on Tool Time.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah, he looks like a security guard at.
I don't know about that, Tim.
I don't think so, Tim.
I don't think so, Tim.
Oh man.
So what happens?
I have a whole bunch. I have a whole bunch more. He looks like.
Yeah, we can do a whole "he looks like" episode.
It's time.
We're very good at those.
It's time to move on to the next episode, the next show thing that's happening.
Oh yeah, so we have to talk about.
Yes, thank you. Oh, our nips just touched. Mine are so hard.
Mine are different sizes.
No, I just wanted to play that clip again.
That's
not what we're talking about.
Oh,
that's actually what the priest was thinking about.
Yeah, he's spanking himself on the back right now. But no, we're going to talk about a spooky little witch named
Agatha All Along.
I thought we were doing her last, but it's cool because we're gonna blow through this one. It's only a 22-minute, 17-minute episode with a fucking musical number in the middle.
Oh yeah, that's right. And I figured that we do this one next, since I'm assuming Jeff,
you're correct.
You did not watch Lord of the Rings.
Still correct.
Well, then this is not funny to you.
Yes, we were talking about Agatha All Along, episode 4. If I can't reach you, let my song teach you. And there was definitely some music in this episode. Well, let's talk about initial thoughts.
What if I just played music through this whole fucking episode? Since
so it's Agatha All Along again.
Yeah,
it's just the episode.
It wasn't. So somebody told Lil Frothy that they heard that the show was a musical, and I was like, and Lil Frothy was like, no, because she'd been watching it long, with us, and she's like, no, they've only sang in the show once. Then the episode comes out, boom, they singing again. Now this is my thing. You can pepper that around, bring it up, pepper. But I don't want it in my whole fucking TV series. 2 episodes is too many, and 3 episodes is a musical. Now we were informed. Way ahead of time. This is going to be the gayest Disney television show.
Should have been prepared.
Of all time.
I mean, that's not saying much.
I'm not saying it is. I'm just.
You have 2 guys hold hands. It's the gayest Disney show before this one.
Yeah.
I'm merely pointing out what they've said that's going to happen. But one thing that we've gotten so far, we almost got a kiss. From Agatha and what's the other girl's name? Rio. Rio, played by
Aubrey
Plaza. Yeah.
April Ludgate.
April Lovegate.
April Ludgate. That was her name in Parks and Rec.
Yeah. Yeah, so we have gotten close. Now we'll cite my sources here. Not my sources. That was funny. Black Gay Comic Book Geek was talking about it on his Instagram or on his YouTube channel. Maybe both. Go check him out if you don't.
Probably both.
Yeah, go check him out if not now. He's not live. Stop. It's stay right here. But yeah, Black Gay Comic Book Geek was saying he, as a gay black man, will be very upset if they don't have at least some kissing.
Yeah,
like it's got to be a kiss because the placating to gay people or LGBTQ community that is so disrespectful. It's like back in the day.
Overdone.
It's overdone. Well, the placating is overdone. Yeah. Now, but also there's a level of overdone. Like they overdo the gay in some stuff for sure. But this is a situation where it's never done. So you can't overdo a small act of affection. You know what I mean? Like you can't overdo that. Now it'll be the first intimate gay scene if we have one, like a kiss. It'll be the first one on Disney television show or Marvel television show, because we did have the Immortals where one of the Immortals was a gay black man.
Yeah,
and he definitely kissed. He definitely kissed his husband.
Yeah.
Now I know people forget that.
Paper boy.
He's all about my paper boy. So, you know, people forget about that one thing. So, I mean, you know, I just want to point out that Disney has done it before, and I don't want to not give people credit. I just want to be a good journalist or a broadcast journalist, whatever the fuck I do here.
And then, yeah, there's a fine line between like placation and representation. Like, you know, as like some people would see it as like, oh, you're just trying to make this more woke. You're just trying to placate to this this community, this demographic. And you know, there's also a group of people who are like, you know, this. I'm glad that we saw this. You know, we never see this on a representation of us on TV or in movies.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, it's all about perception, and it's also all about whether it's good. Like if it's done well, people like generally aren't going to be asking these questions about the movies or TV shows. Talking Turd says they said that about Acolyte. Oh, as far as
about
like
it being the gayest,
being gay.
Right.
But the thing is, that is why Michael, Black Gay Comic Book Geek was making that point. Like, okay, you done told us all this. Oh, it's gonna be gay. It's gonna be gay. First of all, you know, gay people got that money, right? Gay people be having money and drugs.
Dual income, no kids.
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to tell you. Look, best tips I ever got. Gay people.
Well, that's because
they got.
That's because you kept dropping pens right in front of them.
T-pens. Go check out T-pens. But yeah, so I think that they just be placating towards towards gay people, and I think it needs to stop. But because I have had that opinion, but it comes from, you know, is better when it comes from somebody in the community, actually.
Well, and I should clarify, when I was saying it's overdone, the part that's overdone for me is the almost, and then like, no.
Yes,
and then we never address it again. Like,
yes,
and
hopefully that's not what's going to happen with this episode, because that is exactly what we got at the
I
end.
mean, we got 9 episodes. If there's not full blown scissoring, I'm going to be angry. It's a spell.
Of course.
Fully blown.
I do feel like, and I talked about this in my Arcane video about how like specific, like, you know, there's a lot of queer baiting in film and television where, you know, they want to get the queer audience in and like have them watch their TV shows, but at the same time they're not trying to go all the way, you know, like Dean and Supernatural. There's a lot of different examples. You know, on Arcane, like we have these 2 female characters who like are on the precipice of fucking each other every moment in the last third of that series. But you know, they're just kind of queer baiting. But
it's funny because on teen shows, it's like, oh, it's okay for them to be gay, bi, whatever. They're younger, they don't know. Like the 100.
Yes. There's so many.
I'm too tired. I can't think of it.
Exactly. Don't even try, because that's what
all the C-dubs.
Justice, Young Justice. So this is what I was gonna say. I think there's times when it's fine, but it's the placating that makes it where it's bad, and it also ruins the writing of whatever you're talking about. Because now I'm trying to force this fucking moment into something that actually doesn't even need this.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, so because like it's a superhero movie or cartoon. Like I feel like Acolyte, that's fine, because they do the same thing when it's a man and a girl. Like when it's a hetero relationship, they do the same thing in anime. They give you that same, you know, will they or won't they type vibe with when it's cartoons. It's fucking kids watching this shit. So I understand that. But because you got to be careful with that on both sides, hetero or homo, right? So, but the placating is the part that doesn't make sense, because it just makes for bad television. And if you were just gonna not do it, you could have just not did it anyway. Like, you know, it clearly didn't help move anything along. But feel like, in this situation, the pause in the kiss she lets it be known that the teen is not her son, not Agatha's son.
We'll get to the end.
Or she says not hers. I'm just wanting to close the loop on this conversation that we're having. So it does have some substance to this, what could be a placating type of situation.
Right. Yeah. And I do want to talk about that end moment, because I think there's a lot there for sure. Let's talk about how the show begins. Like, cause the show begins how the last episode ends. Sharon's dead. They're burying her.
Dead. Fuck you, kitty.
The coven is forced to summon a replacement Green Witch, in which Rio emerges from Sharon's grave, much to Agatha's annoyance. The coven encounter a house with a 1970s aesthetic that prompts renewed feelings of grief for Alice, as it turns out to be a recording studio tied to Lorna. Now this pretty much dominates the plot for the rest of the episode. Everything that's going on with Alice, our fire witch, and we get to see her basically show off her talents, how she's useful to the coven. Jeff, I'll let you go first. Like, how did you feel about exploring Alice's backstory, this crazy big titty naked demon that's hanging out? Like, what did you think of all this?
Big titty, but that was
I don't know. Don't need to go too much into it. Aroused. I
don't need to get into it. It's just
no.
Words is YouTube, so I'm just gonna keep it pushing.
But no, all right. So first off, the music again is like, okay, I got it. Strangely enough, they sounded better the first time without the instruments. Don't know how that happened.
Rock on.
And then also, like, I'm worried we're getting a little formulaic. All right, the last one. We walk into a house. We have to do a challenge. We'll figure it out and get out. Okay. This one, we walk into a house. We have to figure out a challenge. Then we'll get by and get out. Okay. No, I'm sorry. I do not do this every fucking episode. Because here's the thing. The first 2 episodes I enjoy. Are we on the 3rd or the 4th?
This is the 4th.
The first 3 episodes I enjoyed. Each one was its own, like it was a part of the story while also being its own story. I'm a little really fucking worried it's just going to keep going like, okay, so we're just going to, every witch gets an episode. Each time it's going to a house. Each time it's like, oh, we'll switch the channel like with WandaVision. Like, I'm really fucking worried about that. And unfortunately, because of that, I had a lot of trouble enjoying the fucking episode. Which is especially upsetting because, like, there was a couple of cool things magic-wise in there. Like, a protective circle is, like, a magic thing. And spells being songs is a magic thing. Like, that's actually also... Fun fact, that's why you sing in Mass. It's a spell. That's what religion is. So, like, cool things like that are happening. But it's getting overcast by just the, like, okay, let's just do another Zelda dungeon. Cool.
I felt a lot of that. I said to Alex while we were watching it, because I watched it before he watched it, but I watched it with him, and I was just like, look, let me tell you something. If they do this shit again, I'm fucking done with it. And I'm not done with it in the sense I'm just as a terrible show now, but I'm done with that trope. And it wasn't necessarily just we have to have this, we got to all solve this puzzle, or we got to all figure this out together type shit. That doesn't really bother me. The trials don't bother me. What bothers me is there clearly isn't a female writer on this show, or there's a female writer who has no friends, because their conversations while they're just sitting around are the exact same every single time. Which
is also great because all those guy writers are like, we totally passed the Bucknell test. Way to go, us.
Yeah, they were like, oh, guess what? We're gonna pass it this time.
I will say the showrunner of the show is Jack Schaefer. She's a female, and she
okay.
Her
name is Jack. She was the showrunner for WandaVision. And that honestly, that tripped me out for a minute because I was like, Jack Schaefer, this dude's really good. Like behind the scenes.
No, he's not.
The thing is, that's not. I'm talking about the writing.
She's a head writer.
Okay, she's a head writer. Well, then she has no friends. I already said. I already said it. Either you're a dude or you are a terribly lonely person, because people don't talk to each other the way that they are talking to each other. That to me, the dialogue is a little clunky. Like people,
especially with Rio and Agatha in the booth.
Yeah, that shit was. I don't know. It's just clunky. The writing, the dialogue is clunky. The story is moving, and I am fine. So I'm fine with that. Like, we're doing what we're supposed to do, but nah, man, that shit. We got to get the fuck out of here with that shit. And then the episode 4s, episode 3s, they're the lull. Sometimes they're the come down off of the hype of episode 1 and 2, right? But this was not a good episode to me. And the musical number isn't the reason it's a bad episode. It's the length of that musical number. Like, why do y'all have 5? Nobody even makes songs that long in real life no more. Why are y'all
same issue in Grotesquerie?
Yeah, exactly. You're playing these old songs in Grotesquerie, for instance. They play an old ass song from a fucking play. Okay, so that bitch is gonna be like 7. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, musical. So that bitch is gonna be like 7 minutes long, and you got a 20-minute episode, man. Like we don't have time for you as a writer to be lazy and write a song for a 20-minute episode. That's fucking stupid to me. Right. To me.
Yeah, okay.
To me.
I personally like this episode. I do have like the same complaints of this, like, we have another bottle episode. It's very similar to the last episode as far as like this is another witch who's going through their trial.
Mm-hmm.
And I am also a little afraid that we're gonna get at least 2 more episodes of this with like Sashir and I forget the other actress's name from like Facts of Life.
The Facts of Life.
I'm sure I feel like we might end up getting another like at least 2 more episodes similar.
That's what I'm worried about.
But I really like the character development. I like the fact that the song is integrated into the story, like more so than like you were saying with what were we just talking about? The
Grotesquerie.
Grotesquerie.
Oh, I was gonna say Facts of Life.
That seemed like
Alex. Patty LeBeau.
Patty LeBeau?
That was the other one. That's the other witch.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Patty LeBeau. Thank you. I was like, what? You're just saying words?
Sure am.
No, you're actually giving me good information.
Hey, Alex. Words.
But no, yeah, like it's not as just like nonsensical or like superfluous as that musical number. This actually is moving the story along. Like this is the song. This is kind of the basis, like the foundation for the whole show, because it is like a very important spell that is connected to all these characters. So I feel like this is not going to be the last time we hear this song. It's not going to be the last time we hear people sing this song in some variation or another. So I didn't have any problems with that. I really liked the demon shit and like the weird crash zooms, like we were in a fucking 1970s horror film. Like I liked all that kind of shit. And I'm also I'm the odd man out. I like fucking musicals. And so I didn't have a problem with that.
You like lazy writing.
Musical, yeah, and lazy writing. And musical television, musical TV episodes kind of irk me. Like Glee, they would like put 4 musical numbers in one 30-minute episode. Tell me how the fuck they did that. Annoying.
Lazy writing.
I'll tell you how they did that. They did that by numbing their brain so much they had to make American Horror Story.
It's like, yeah, Glee made Ryan Murphy insane, where he had to make American Horror Story and Grotesquerie. I just really enjoyed a lot of the thematic elements of the show, but I am hoping that it does change a little bit more later, because the weirdness of the Witch's Road is what I was more excited about. It's like how unique and crazy it's gonna get.
I hope that you've learned something, Alex.
Facts of life. Facts of life. Patty LaBelle. That's not her name. I just called that bitch Patty LaBelle. I feel really bad.
Sorry. It's not very good audio. This is pretty shitty. It's an old show, people. It's an old show.
Lapone.
Patty LaPone. Later in the episode, the Coven encounters a house with they encounter the 1970s house. Just as Rio playfully suggests to Agatha that they betray the others, which is overheard by everyone, and the teen accidentally plays a record backwards, summoning a demon that turns out to be the source. A demon that happens to have big old titties.
All right, let's do this. Possession time. Let's go.
Summoning a demon that turns out to be the source of the curse in Alice's family. Now, I personally really enjoyed this connection with like the curses, because like a lot of people kind of feel like they're cursed, like they have that self-loathing, whereas like there's nothing that could do that works out. And this is like a physical, actual curse that's been on her entire life, and her realizing that and her acknowledging that, like I felt like it was a pretty cathartic and emotional moment. Like, what did you guys think of Alice's?
I'm gonna say, because I'll be quick,
here.
I thought it was kind of stupid that she never thought about this ever in her life, that maybe it's not like she's cursed, but it's a curse,
right?
I don't know. Terrible witch. I'm going with terrible witch. I'm going with not such a good witch as you thought she was.
there was one real quick line where I think she said like, I wanted to believe it wasn't true, or like I pushed myself to believe that, which like,
Right.
I mean, man, I've been in that case. Like I just had to get a new car. And let me tell you something. I should have been preparing for this a while ago. And I knew, and I was just like, nope, just if I don't address it, it's not real and blah, blah, you know, like, so I get that. I did like the idea of like the mom making the song so popular so that it can always keep the curse at bay. I thought that was fucking cool. I thought that was a really cool magic thing. And yeah, again, like, you know, using the circle to protect themselves, things like that was cool. But what else was I gonna say? Oh, I like that she was like, oh, I thought it was like, the part that I liked about it was when she was like, I mean, I can't keep a job. I always figured that was just because of my life and it's the curse. And it's like, okay, but I like the idea that it's like, no. I think you actually just couldn't keep a job.
Yeah.
But now that you easily have that excuse, you make that very simple mistake of just being like, oh, well, clearly it's the curse. It's not my fault. So I thought that was good too, about how quickly you can go from being like, oh, thank God there's a reason, to be like, well, everything's that. So right. I like that part too. I think that's a good, just like mental thing as well.
I can dump all of my deficiencies on this one thing.
Right. Oh, turns out I have depression. I don't have to try and get a job and improve my life because I'm depressed. Oh. Okay, you still need to like, yeah, you should talk to a therapist, but you should also still try to improve your life.
Right. It's like, oh, I failed math in the 7th grade. That must have been because of the curse.
Right.
Like, you can blame everything on that.
Before people start coming after us, I say that based on how I just put my life on hold when I had depression. I just didn't go to class for a year and then didn't do anything about it. And it's like, well, maybe if I had like been like, yeah, well, let's work on this, things would have been better.
Yeah, like just like quick side note, one of my favorite movies of this year, Sometimes I Think About Dying. One of the best. Like,
I'll be right back.
Sorry, is that the movie, or did you just want to like put that quick side on it? Like, do you need to talk to someone?
Hey, quick funny story.
Right, thanks. Now we got suicide warning.
No, funny story. When I after I saw the movie, Sometimes I Think About Dying, starring Daisy Ridley. Like I was like, after I saw the movie, I was like, because I don't watch trailers. After the movie, I was like, you know, I want to watch the trailer of this real quick, just get like a little dessert, like a little refresher of the movie. And I typed in Sometimes I Think About Dying on YouTube, and YouTube said, just like it's a suicide line just immediately popped up. It's like, God damn, okay, yeah.
YouTube's like, are you okay, bud?
That's fair. That's an accurate response.
Also, real quick, I haven't seen this movie, but I fucking love Daisy Ridley, and God, people just railed. She's a good actor.
She's a good actor, and dude, I think you would really like that movie.
I'm gonna check it out.
I watched that movie, and I immediately bought it on YouTube. Like, and I've watched it like 6 times since I've been home. Like, it's one of the best depictions of just like depression and just like social shit. Like, I love that movie so much.
I'll have to check this out.
It's like 93 minutes. Yeah, it's a good watch.
I don't care about listening for depression that long. Fucking whiner.
Let's get into the what happens later on after Alice does after she summons the demon, or at least it's like revealed. Alice is able to kill the demon after singing the song spell,
like counter spell, I guess.
Yeah. And as the coven leaves the house, they notice the teen had been severely wounded by the demon. Back on the road, they tend to the wound, and Jin is able to heal it, saving the teen's life. And in this moment, we see...
Which I love the potion. What do you need? Water and moonlight. They just go, oh. Okay.
It's right here.
That was actually... That part made me laugh. I was like, that's pretty good.
I mean, I'm telling you guys, this is going to be one of the high concept comedy series nominees for Drunk Banthas.
Makes sense. That does make sense.
But
they're on the road. They're healing the bitch.
Yeah, what did you think of this moment where like Agatha, because she's been very flippant about everybody's life. We've seen at the end and the end of the last episode and the beginning of this episode how she's very flippant about life, specifically Sharon, how she died. But what did you think of like her being very emotionally attached to the team in this moment?
So it felt out of character at first because, again, like she didn't give a shit that Kitty's dead. She was like, whatever, I liked Red better anyway. But then with the teen, she is fucking losing it. She's not just worried he's going to die. She's screaming at the others to save him. And at first it's confusing, not confusing. It's, if you're not really thinking about it, you're like, oh, good, Agatha's turning good. But what it really is, and now this part I actually did think was good about the almost kiss, was when Rio just goes, he's not your son. I thought that was great for a couple of reasons. One, I mean, I think we were all thinking it, right? And two, I think it did fit the moment. It fit the moment because Rio's obviously, like, her and Agatha have a decent amount, like, it's a complicated story. Like, maybe she's trying to hurt her a little bit still. Maybe she's still mad at Agatha. So using that as a way to kind of break off the kiss and not push it further made sense. And then also, like, she's also, a part of her does still clearly care about Agatha. So she's also like, hey, we got to actually talk about this.
Yeah.
I just thought it fit the scene very well. Now, I want to watch them make out.
Now kiss, smell her hair. I did. Yeah, I feel the same way. Like, I feel like this is like an interesting moment between the two. And I feel like the whole thing with the teen was really interesting because I like, you know, in the last episode, I was like, yo, I think that this is her son. And I feel like this episode really confirmed that the reason that she's been so ingratiating to this character is because, like, deep down, she always felt like this was her long lost son.
I don't know if it's that as much as it's just like she sees her son within him.
Yeah, because Mr. Scratch is supposed to be her son,
right?
The rabbit.
The actual that rabbit,
rabbit
is actually supposed to be okay.
Kind of wobbly, aren't you?
Now they've never said that, but in the comic books, her son is Mr. Scratch or Senior Scratch, whatever.
Yeah.
If you're not about the brevity thing,
his last name is Scratch,
right?
Something Scratch. Can't remember, but so yeah, that's supposed to. Who knows? People say that she sacrificed him and like he had to turn into a bunny, and that.
I mean, that is what witches did according to the mythos. They gave up their children to the devil. That's how they got their power.
I just wanted to put this up on the thing. Yeah. You didn't put it up earlier. I posted this while I was using the bathroom.
We don't care about whiners.
Put that on there because y'all said ending people's lives on their own volition way too many times. I have to put this up there. If y'all have any issues, you know what I'm saying, call his number. It's real short, so it don't take no time. You got it. No, that pause of silence was good enough for us to keep him pushing.
That was sufficiently awkward.
And there's even talk that when the teen asked someone about the son, someone even said, like, some say it's Mephisto, which is Marvel Devil.
Yeah. Right. Mephisto, though, I mean, he could be.
I don't think he's going to be in.
No. He's not going to be in this. I'm not. Yeah. Sacha Baron Cohen casted as Mephisto.
Sorry, are you saying you want that, or that's what has happened?
It has happened.
There were like very strong rumors. It's like one of those things. It's like it.
No, I'm pretty sure he's casted because he's going to be in the new Iron Man movie or the.
I thought Robert Downey Jr. was going to be Mephisto. He's just everyone now, right?
Yeah, it's just everybody.
Chris Evans is actually.
Just bring everybody in. I got to find that clip from Kiss Kiss Bang Bang where Robert Downey Jr. is like, let's just bring everybody in. Just bring everybody.
Yes. That's funny.
That would be great.
Shout out to me saying.
I got to rewatch that movie.
Shout out to me saying that.
Every Christmas.
I said that way back. Somebody needs. I mean, we need to pull that episode up where I was like, Robert Downey Jr. will be back. I need to pull that episode.
You definitely said that on numerous occasions, and I really wished it's not going to be true.
Yeah,
but here
I'm actively angry that it's true.
Hey, I don't try to make it right. I just try to tell you.
But yeah, like any final thoughts on this episode of Agatha? Nope. Because like Rio and Agatha have this moment, and Rio is just like, I could smash right now. It's kind of what I want, but I feel like I should tell you the truth. That kid's not your son. I know you're a certain way, but that kid's not your son. Bye.
He looked at her in a way where she was like, is it your son? Because she looked at her stomach. I don't know. Maybe it's Rio's son. You ever think
that
about
would be interesting. Yeah, because somebody had to birth the baby.
Yeah. I don't think she asked Rio if she put the thing on him. She didn't ask Rio if she put the hex on him.
Yeah.
So I don't know. But we should move on.
If you love it, you got to put a hex on it.
If you love it, then you got to put a hex on it. If you love it, then you.
But Jeff, do you have any final thoughts on this episode?
Just
what could happen?
I hope the only thought I have again is I hope they don't do the same just carbon copy from the next episode. But the issue is I don't know now that they've set it up. I don't know how they would get out of it.
Yeah, you don't want to paint yourself into a corner. But
nobody puts baby in a corner.
Someone should have. He was way too old for her.
Yeah, that was crazy.
It was creepy.
Wow. He just left with her too. That's abduction.
I've never seen that movie.
That's abducting.
Neither have I.
I've
heard things.
I've seen it.
But no.
Shout out to WTTO 21.
Bringing it all back around. Here's a fun one. You know who Baby's married to?
Who?
Phil Coulson.
Phil Coulson.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh shit! Oh, that's great.
Right?
That's cool.
That's cool. Shout out to him.
Power couple. Can we get them on the show?
No.
I'm asking you specifically, Jeff, because I'm assuming since you brought them up,
he's
you
like,
know them.
We brunch every third Sunday of the month. I'll check.
I'm assuming you're white. You know all white people. Right?
I am Ben Affleck.
We gotta get the white.
God, what a good fucking movie that was!
Such a good movie. I don't know why people don't love that movie.
It'll be on. It'll be on. Does it hold up one day for sure?
Yeah, it's a future Does It Hold Up episode for sure.
Totally true.
But guys, let us know what you thought of this most recent episode of Agatha. Agatha All Along. I was about to say Agatha Explains It All, which is, I guess,
if that's the next house they go into, I'll be down.
Agatha explains it. Clarissa explains
it all.
Meets Agatha.
Clarissa became a witch. Sabrina.
Oh shit!
Agatha all along.
You're getting the cheers right there. You're getting that one. That was a great one. That was a great one.
That's pretty wonderful. Jeff, I'm assuming you're gonna get out of here.
Yeah,
after
I'm gonna go.
But you want to tell the people?
I have to go. I have to buy Silent Hill 2 tomorrow.
Oh, wait. Silent Hill 2. Is that not like
they remade it?
Late?
They remade it
20 years late.
It comes out today, the 8th. And here's the thing. After how good the Resident Evil remakes are, I'm excited to be scared.
Oh yeah,
Ooh.
honestly, like in this day and age, like with this generation of video gaming, I am very excited to see what Silent Hill 2 would look like.
Give me a remake, not a remaster. I don't need you to try and punch up PS2 graphics. Just redo the game.
Yeah, do it again. We all loved it the first time.
Mm.
But where can the people
I hated
find
that
you?
game. It was so.
Well, thanks for asking. You can always Skype. You can always try and Skype me at Don Cheel's Driveway at littleDicky2.com. It's because of the hackers.
Yeah.
At Jeff Madel, or I'm sorry, Jeff Madel on Facebook, at Madel Jeff on Instagram. But the easiest way to find me is just come over here on a Monday night and watch me talk shit.
That's right. You can come on over here every Monday, 8
Shit
p.m.
will
Pacific time, and you can see his face.
That's right. The shit will be.
All right. Well, guys, have a good one. Talking about who gives a shit, and bye.
Yes. Thank you, Jeff, for joining us. But we are going to move on to our last topic of the night.
Which one? What is that?
Oh, we're going to be talking about. Yes, we're talking about the season finale of Lord of the Rings.
Fancy.
Rings of Power.
Rings of Power.
What before we get into the nitty
This has
gritty,
been a very singy episode.
has now we've been talking shit about singing, but this has been our musical episode.
No. If this was our musical episode, this is how you should do it. Short. Shut the fuck up and start getting me the goddamn television show again.
10-second songs.
That's it.
But what did you think of this episode? Like initial thoughts?
My initial thoughts are very similar to Othelius's thoughts. Hardest episode in the season.
Okay.
Definitely they saved their best for their last. Still had a lot of problems, but they definitely saved their best for the last on this one. Very well done. Couple of plot holes that I noticed, but one thing we kept talking about is, at least off pod, this show's music is killing it.
Yo,
who is
this
it? Oh, you ain't even looked the composer up, but this motherfucking music slaps. Like, if you don't know nothing about Lord of the Rings and you just coming into it fresh and you turn this on, you're gonna be captivated in a way. Me,
Sorry.
Me, I wasn't captivated like that watching season one. Like, I seen Lord of the Rings. Mm-hmm. I've seen the spectacle of it all and the grandioso vibe of how they've created a world that doesn't exist anywhere.
Yeah.
Right. I've seen all that. I've experienced all of that energy. You know what I mean? So for it to hit me differently in this series, I don't feel like it was that good last season. The music. Yeah. This music really is carrying a lot of those scenes, especially when it comes to like action battle scenes. Long battle scenes can be very repetitive without that music guiding you through your emotions that you're supposed to be feeling in this moment, according to the director. You know what I'm saying? Like, based off the vision that they had. So shout out to them. They killed that. All the CGI in this shit looks fucking dope. I don't think I saw one real slip up. Maybe the one shot that they did, but that one shot with the elf jumping,
right?
That looked kind of wonky when he started, but it looked good all the way through the rest. So I don't know.
Yeah. Like I feel like
it was great.
Yeah, I feel like it was like that scene specifically was patched together like pretty well, but it's very like you can see the patches. But yeah, like this episode, like just initial thoughts, I really loved it. Like the past 3 episodes, I've really felt like this show has gotten into its bag and like really has been able to like exemplify like everything that we wanted from this show from like the beginning, like since the first season. Like this is the show that we've wanted to see. I still feel like the last episode was the best episode of like just the entire series. Like I felt like that just like balanced everything so well of all the thing, the storylines that we really really interested in, and the showed the action and the stellar CGI, like you mentioned. Like the CGI has been fucking incredible. But yeah, I feel like the last episode was really good, and this was just like much like the Game of Thrones seasons, where this is a nice denouement, where we denouement. Where we just like sort of wrapping up things in an interesting way, but it's like still manages to be very entertaining and satisfying. So like I really like this show. It made or really like this episode. It made me really like this show. Like solidify me saying that okay, this is a good show. Like if I were gonna put it on the ranking meter of like
show.
That's
how we say it here at the Drunk Banthas. Yeah.
I got like my 5-star rating of I loved it. I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't.
I don't know why you don't tell me when you're gonna do a list, because I could.
Oh, so I loved it. I liked it. I didn't hate it. I didn't like it, and I hated it. But like backwards. So it's like the one the 1 star is obviously
totally backwards. We get it. If you don't like it, then it's not clearly a 5.
Right. So for me, yeah, right. Yeah, it's like I hated it is not a 5-star.
Not at all.
But I would say this falls into so far is I liked it. This is a solid like 4-star or 3.5-star show so far for me.
Out of 5.
Out of 5.
Because on IMDb, that is a terrible television.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, it's like 3.5 out of 10. It's not very good.
Yeah. Oh my God. I was like, Jesus Christ.
And just to mention the composer, it's Barry McCreary.
Barry.
Yeah, he did the music for Battlestar Galactica TV series for all you guys who don't know, but Barry McCreary, great
Barry,
great composer.
Barry. Dude, for y'all who don't know, anytime we hear Barry, we just think about Barry from Archer.
Yeah,
just so y'all know. Just so y'all know. Shout out to Archer.
But let's talk about this finale. So Prince Durin IV confronts King Durin III as the latter opens a large mithril deposit under Khazad-dûm.
There you go.
The Balrog that lives below the mithril mine.
Shout out the American Joe Show.
The Balrog that lives below the mithril mine, awoken by his activity, attacks Durin the Third. He leaves the ring of power to Durin and names him the new king before fighting back as the entrance to the cavern collapses. Now, I thought that this was a cool moment because I'm just going to play this clip really quickly because it's a pretty awesome ending moment for Durin.
Give me my son, King Durin.
Yeah,
that was an experiment right there. Hopefully, we don't get taken off the YouTube.
Hopefully, I cut it up enough where they should be fine with it.
I'm joking. Shout out to the American Joe Show. What up, though?
Hey, the American Joe Show.
Thanks for joining us. Hold on, I got something for you right here. Shout out to you. Thanks for joining us. American Joe Show said thanks for the shout out. You guys are great. Love the movie reviews. Hell yeah, man. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. You get another one. Thanks, bud. Yeah, man. This shit opened up perfect. You can go to another comment if you want.
I just wanted to see what Theus was talking about. He said, I think I smoke too much because Alex sound like Dora talking all slow after those ding sound effects.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen Dora,
but he had to like do it slow so I could hit the button.
But I have seen Blue's Clues, so I'm assuming that it's pretty similar. Some pretty similar vibes.
That's actually funny, Dora.
Yeah, what did you think of this last moment for during the third? Like, because I thought that was pretty cool when he jumped off the
That's
cliff,
what I was gonna say. They did not.
The
they jumped into it right off the top. Like, for y'all who haven't seen it and don't care to see it, and you're here to watch us talk about it, let me tell you, right out the box, boom! We fighting demons, mithrils. Or what it was? No, not mithril. The what do they call the wizards and shit?
The Balrog.
Yeah, the Balrog, but he's also a Finn or a Theron, whatever Gandalf and the Dark Wizard and Sauron are. He's one of them as well, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, he just be chilling. You know what I'm saying? Like niggas be coming in and trying to bother him. You know what I'm talking about? He ain't playing with that. He ain't playing that. You know what I mean? So. Started it right out the box, right out the gate, just hype. So I was like, oh shit, okay, we doing something different. You know what I'm saying? Every episode don't start like that in this show. So they like, okay, we start something different, okay. Then we see, like we done talked a little bit about the battle and all that stuff and how good everything looked.
Right.
But my thing was, we see that the orcs, the Uruk have detained the leaders of the elven army, being the king and our was it Gasildor, right? What's his name?
Who Celebrimbor?
No, Celebrimbor is I'm talking about the dude, the Agent Smith, nigga.
Oh yeah, Elrond? No,
Elrond.
No,
yeah.
It's not Elrond.
No, it is Elrond. Anyway,
yeah,
Mr. Smith, Elrond,
right.
He and the king are alive, but then we get a fucking surprise. The nigga elf is alive.
Russell Wilson.
Yes, Russell Wilson. I'm so glad that he already knew what I was gonna say. How the fuck is Russell Wilson still alive? What they doing with Bruce Leroy? How is he? Bruce Leroy really did have the glow. He had the power of the glow. That's the only thing you could explain to me. That's the only reason you can give me that explains why this man is walking around. No stab wounds. He just fine. And then when they get loose, they break loose and they start fighting. He ain't even running slow or nothing. He ain't even limping. He ain't holding his stomach. I'm just saying, did we see the same show? Did they have the same show?
So, you know, it's funny because, like, one of the things I was thinking about during that moment when they stabbed each other, because, you know, Black Elf stabs Ador, and then he stabs Black Elf in the same spot.
And then the nigga elf stabs. Oh, wait, which one's Black Elf? You said...
What's that? Well, yeah, Black Elf is you know, Russell Wilson.
Okay, because one of them is like elf too. He was,
he's like, he's
confusing.
Okay,
I got you. Adar.
When Bruce Leroy stabs Adar.
Okay, got it.
And then Adar stabs Russell Wilson.
All right, I'm with it.
It's like, okay, but what's the power level here? Because y'all are both elves. And this shouldn't kill either of y'all because you're all both super strong.
Right on.
So I didn't understand like the dramatic weight of that moment because like I was like, y'all should both be affected similarly by this. And
or dead.
You
should both be dead.
Affected similarly. Either both of y'all should be dead or both of y'all should be like,
or one of them dead. Somebody should be dead though. I mean, I can understand if one of them lives, but somebody should be dead.
It feels like it takes a lot to kill elves or like elf adjacent creatures in this world. Like it feels like, you know, like when they eventually, you know, spoilers, we'll get to that. When
some
they
people
kill
choose
Adar later
in this world. Sorry, you can't say this world, and that didn't come to my mind.
when they kill Adar later on, like it's like grand effort. Like it's not just like one simple stab and then it's over. Like they have
the nigga still put his hand up.
Wait, what?
So and the nigga still put his hand up.
Oh yeah, he's a strong individual. So like I feel like there's way too much weight put on that moment where he stabs him because he should have been alive anyway. Like we should.
I feel like there was too much weight put on it because the only reason there's too much weight put on it is because Adar dies and I can't even try. It starts with an A. Adrian. I think it's Adrian.
Oh yeah, it is. I think it's Adrian.
Adrian, yeah. Adrian.
You can say Russell
doesn't
Wilson.
Get Russell Wilson, man. He don't look, man. Bruce Leroy does not.
I have many names.
First of all, Jesus Christ, this episode is gonna be crazy. Listen, nigga bird. No, I'm joking. I'm sorry.
Shout out to Athelius.
Oh man, I'm sorry. I should have did that. No, but Bruce Leroy, in that moment where you're talking about where the significance was, it was him trying to get his vengeance. Right? He's traveled all over Midgard to get to this guy, but then he finally gets there and he gets stabbed in the tummy. That was that. So like, if they were going to kill him, that's what you do. Okay, like. This is a tragedy. The last episode was Return of the Jedi.
Right.
I mean, excuse me. The last episode was Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah.
This episode is Return of the Jedi.
Yeah.
Right. To me, that's why we're sitting here in this moment now, confused, because it's like that was his moment. He had his moment, right? Like that. We built up this love for this character and he died and we feel sad.
Yeah.
But now you bring him back and it's like, wait a minute. What the fuck do I feel? But they made up for it with the fight scene with Sauron and Galadriel.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
That was not a great fight, but it was a good scene. And I know you know what I mean by fight. Like there wasn't man, why is it that we can get really good lightsaber battles, but whenever it comes to like sword play in movies and television, we don't get that same level of performance? I don't know why. It's a question we have to ask our friend Brett or Jenny, but
no,
I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know the answer to why that is the case. Maybe because it's more dangerous because you're using like practically real swords to chop at each other. So, I mean, maybe that's a lot of it.
Yeah. I do feel like as far as like weight of the weapons, there is a difference between like, like I feel like the sword fighting in the Pirates of the Caribbean movies are really, really great because the swords are really lightweight. And like big broadsword fight scenes are hard to choreograph because they're so heavy and the movement has to be so specific to make it seem interesting. And I feel like they've done a really good job in these in this show and in these movies with the elves specifically because they have such lightweight weapons in this broadsword world. So like the elven fighting has always been really great. Like the Russell Wilson. All of his fight scenes, I feel like, have been really incredible because he uses the bow and the arrow and the lightweight dual blades, in his fight scenes.
Yeah, but the thing is that they've shown that Galadriel is the bitch and she fucks up niggas all the time. Why did she not? This is the thing. Why didn't she jump in when Adar was getting stabbed? She's killed more people by herself, more orcs by herself than was sitting right there in that moment. So why didn't she try to help him? Right? Why didn't there's another thing. Why did she have the worst fight scene out of all the fight scenes we've seen? To me, that was the worst fight scene.
Which one?
With her and Sauron. We've seen her do all kind of crazy shit, but when she's fighting this nigga, it's just like that to me, you can't bring your character up here with that kind of expectation to fight scene wise, and then bring him back down to some kind of mid-level of performance. And I don't know, maybe that was just because they were trying to focus more on the dialogue of that scene, because that's what's really getting it over. If we use wrestling terms, that's what's putting it over, is the transforming the different characters, giving her lines, because everybody that he turned into had said those things to her previously.
Right.
He's giving her and us, the audience, knowledge that he is inside her head. Right. Like, I just felt like that scene just needed a better fight scene, man. Like, we doing old tropes of me slicing the I'm gonna slice at you and it's gonna hit this brick wall. And now that just didn't fuck with me. And also, you pointed out, I'm just saying, you pointed out that Sauron's hair didn't look like that as Halbrand in last season.
Oh yeah,
they showed him his nigga's hair is all short, which explains the terrible wig that he's been wearing all season. But
I mean, yeah, like the wig work wasn't. I love all the production design, the costume design, the wig work isn't incredible. But I did think that I don't think the choreography was that great, but is compared to the other fight scenes, like I feel like Galadriel had the best fight scene in like episode 6, like the end of the episode 6, where she like fighting all those
when
orcs.
she got captured.
Yeah, right before she gets captured. Like that was one of the best fucking fight scenes I've seen in the whole.
It's not one of the
season.
best. That was probably the best fight scene we've seen this year.
Top 2 is like Galadriel in that that episode, and Galadriel in the first episode of the first season, like when she's in the ice castle. Like that scene was fucking phenomenal. And like they've shown her be really, really great. And I don't know, like I feel like maybe, you know, writing wise, character wise, maybe the reason this fight scene is a little lackluster is to show how powerful Sauron is, and like how even though she's incredible and she's like the best fighter we've seen on the show, she still doesn't match up to Sauron. And that could be a choice. But I just want to play this little clip real quick from that.
Roll that beautiful being footage.
I would have placed a crown upon your head.
Yeah, and that moment kind of shows that like maybe there is a love between Sauron and Galadriel, like not good love, like it's like Thanos Gamora love. It's like, I love you so much, I'll throw you off a cliff.
I think it's like this last 2 episodes have been an glimpse into how Sauron thinks. He's already shown us he thinks he's perfecting the earth. But like we've always said on this show, nobody ever thinks they're the villain.
Right. Yeah.
So that's the best villain.
Yeah, the good villains.
Who doesn't think that he's the villain? He's trying to do something good for people, but in a psychopathic, really fucked up, torturous way. And this dude is emotional. He starts crying after he kills Celebrimbor, right? He's showing you, man, look, this shit is hard on me, but I gotta do what I gotta do. You're not gonna stop me.
Yeah.
But I don't like having to kill all y'all, man. You could just shut the fuck up. That's how Sauron is approaching it. That's just how Sauron is approaching it. Am I wrong? I mean,
no,
like that's how he's approaching it to me. So I think that it's very interesting how they've decided to go with trying to tell this story, bring us to Lord of the Rings. I hope we get to see what's his name, Numenor, and do cut Sauron's arm off.
Oh yeah. Hopefully, we see that in like the finale. Hopefully, the finale of this show is the beginning of Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, where we could see all that.
Yeah,
that
they
madness happen.
said that this is going to be this season and then so next season and the next one after that are the end. So we got 2 more seasons of this show. Can you read some? Can you start
Film
up
Age,
there?
yeah, Film Age says they got their wigs from Mr. Chocolate.
I told you, man, that shit is crazy.
Would you like a grit? We're gonna let's see. American Joe Show said, "I wish that lightsabers were heavy so the small kids couldn't use them." Yeah, it seems like children should not be able to wield weapons like this. Like it seems like, and also for like the samurai aspect, feels like it should be a little bit more weighty. They're supposed to be handled the way they're handled in the movies. Watching Bill trying to remember me. Oh yeah, we talked about this earlier. Watching memes is a funny shit on the pod. American Joe Show said, "Fun fact: Chewbacca is a Bigfoot." I did see.
He doesn't like being called that. He don't like being called derogatory term.
I did
Friend
see
of
a
show,
comic.
Chewbacca.
I did see a comic where, of like Harrison Ford and a Chewbacca land on Earth, and I didn't read it. I just saw some podcaster talk about it, but yeah, it seems this seems like that tracks. If Chewbacca landed on Earth, yeah, he would definitely start his own.
Yeah. If Chewbacca landed on Earth, it's like I don't know, it's up. We going out. Shout out to Chewbacca.
Hitting the streets.
We hitting the streets.
I wish that lights. Oh no, yeah, that's what we already talked about that one because the budget dried up. Not sure what you're talking about there.
It's because you went in the wrong order. I was trying to go you from top to bottom, but you went from the bottom first. You started at the last one. But anyway, what I was trying to say, because we go through the ones and you forget what we're talking about. But because the budget dried up, he's talking about the fight scene. When we were saying it went down a level, went down a grade.
Okay.
And that could be it. Because remember, we were talking to Brett, and some of these scenes take like $90,000 just to set up one scene. So cut down on the budget. You ain't got time. I don't got time for y'all to figure all this shit out. Like, and maybe it's a different second unit director. These types of things help happen, but it did happen. So unfortunately, that to me that was the only thing I really had a problem with. Storyline wise, how do you feel about the dwarves, man? They going through it.
Yeah, dwarves are one of the more interesting storylines on the show so far. Like especially Durin's relationship with Elrond. Like I really love their connection to each other. Like their connection is one of the more interesting parts of the series in the first 2 seasons. And in the last episode, like Elrond's devastation that Durin wasn't going to be showing up was just like so fucking sad. Like I really, really felt that. And the fact that the dwarves ended up, showing up, it all seems like it's happening very, very fast. But we don't know the succession of events. Like we don't know what is happening at what time, really. But it seems like Durin was able to get his arm, like his army right across the hill. Like they just sent him right across the hill because they seem like they got there really fast in the accordance of like when the battle is happening. But at the same time, like I don't really bump against that shit. I don't really care about that.
Well, yeah, they really
cool the dwarves showed up.
They already explained that they were not going to be that far because they were going to meet at a certain part of the mountain, and then dude was going to bring them back. At least half a day. It ain't really that big of a deal. Had to be from that evening till the next morning. He was supposed to come back, so I'm assuming it's not that far. I mean, they kind of, I feel like, established that a little bit, but
yeah, like, and
go
ahead. I mean, like, I didn't bump up against that at all, but
I was
really
just clarifying,
right? Yeah, I really liked the fact that when even when the dwarves did show up, like there wasn't a I don't know, like I liked it when the dwarves did show up. Elrond was still like very emotionally invested in the situation, but he also like was kind of disappointed that his friend wasn't there. And there's obviously a reason that he wasn't there because he's mourning his father. because he just sacrificed himself of defeating.
Is it racist
fighting
that he
Devourer.
thought that his homie was that dude? Is it racist that he thought Durin was that other elf? He's like, Durin.
I saw a short dude, and I was like, Durin.
And he turned around like, nigga. He turned around like it was racist.
Yeah, he's like, man, for real.
That's how he turned
really
around.
did that?
Oh, for real? So you thousands of years old, but you can't fucking recognize your best friend, nigga? Is that how it is for real?
Yeah, I went to the grocery store recently, and the lady at the grocery checkout was like, "Oh, where's your bag?" Or no, she said, "Where's your box?" I was like, "A box." She's like, "Oh, you always bring a box here every time you shop." I was like, "No, I don't do that." She's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Like I mistaked you for somebody else." I was like, "Oh yeah, it must have been the other black guy."
Yo,
Like,
this white lady that lives across the street.
Yeah,
very super nice white lady. Okay, super nice. But one day I was walking the dog by there, and she goes, "Oh hi," da, 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 da. And she was like, "How was something?" And I was like, "What? I don't know. She was like, "You're not Julius's friend?" And I'm like, I don't know who the fuck Julius is. I was just like, no. She realized in that moment.
Oh
fuck.
no!
Yes, she was like, "Fuck!" I just told somebody the other day they don't all look alike. I just told them they don't all look alike.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
Yeah, that's like, come on, girl.
We gotta either do Drunkie Awards for best drop.
That's a pretty great drop. I'm glad that
best drop during a podcast is a new award. Put it on the board. That's gonna be a long award show this year.
Yeah. Oh my god.
We're gonna be drunk.
But I'm curious how you felt about, because like this is one of the biggest questions that we've had all season. Who is the stranger? And this is a question that we've kind of already answered ourselves. Not
spoiled it on episode 1. We did. Sorry, heavy spoilers.
And there was speculation. It could have like potentially been Saruman. It could have potentially been some other.
Saruman is the Dark Wizard.
I mean, but also Caliban's supposed to still be alive. Like,
no, that's according to a video game. I'm just saying that's not.
But it's also according to the book, the video game.
No, Caliban is not supposed to be alive now. He's not. Look, what they did is they compiled. They've forced thousands of years of lore into these 2 seasons. Well, which will be 4 seasons at the end. So it's speeding up things. It's not retelling, you know what I mean? And they are combining characters in certain situations like they did in Game of Thrones and shit. Like, because I ain't got time for all these motherfuckers. Like, I ain't got time to tell you about every single motherfucking person in the book, right? So I just feel like it's just an organized retelling to help push the story along without us having to sit and without us having to do what we did a lot last year, in my opinion.
Just like theorize and try to figure out what was going on based off the source material. And that's one thing that I really like. I like being able to adapt stuff that we know and give us stuff that we recognize, but also changing it to where we're not totally knowing everything that's about to happen.
Right.
Like, so I didn't bump up against, like, if you're going to change anything from the original stories, I didn't read those stories anyway, so it means nothing to me.
I was just about to say that joke.
But at the same time, like, if you want to change things up, like I and it's still good, it's still interesting, it's still new and fresh, like, I love it. So if they wanted to change anything, I didn't have any problems with it. But I liked all the things that they did with revealing Gandalf as he is the grand elf. What did you think about our reveal that he is actually Gandalf?
I thought it was great, man. This whole series is very similar to the Penguin series, in my opinion. It's just like in this way, y'all, don't kill me. It's very similar to the Penguin, because if I took you back 20, 25 years ago and I told you, hey man, one day there's going to be a television show about Lord of the Rings, and it's going to be a prequel. Also, there's going to be a Penguin television show that's going to come out after the movie, but it's going to be like a spin-off television series. And you would have been like, man, that shit's going to suck. That's just going to be terrible. Who the fuck came up with that idea? Turns out it's pretty good. It's a pretty good idea, and it's worked out well. I don't agree with this $250 million budget thing that's becoming like the new meme for Hollywood. For instance, Wolves. Wolves, excuse me.
Yeah.
That movie Wolves with George Clooney and Brad Pitt, that was a $200 to $250 million movie.
You should not have to spend that much money on a movie that's takes place in the streets.
It's a movie that is extremely practical.
Yeah.
There's no... If there's CGI in this movie, slap the shit out of yourself if you made this movie.
If you don't have Thanos in your movie and your movie costs more than $200 million, you need to.
And I loved the movie. Like, I really liked the movie.
Looks really good.
I can't find that lighter. What the fuck? I just had it. But yeah, I really liked the movie. It just was like you were just saying, it don't cost that much to make no damn movie.
Yeah.
But both of these TV shows, Penguin and Lord of the Rings, have put a lot of money into it. And I think it's going to pay off. Now, I hope that doesn't, like I said, I'm still against it. I hope that shit doesn't become the new norm, because that's all we're gonna see is a bunch of failures.
Yeah, but I did really like the reveal here. Just to talk about what we're talking about, the stranger goes to Stewart's Canyon to save Nori, Brandyfoot, and Peppy Proudfellow.
I forgot their last names. They're
great
weird,
names. Fucking great names.
Great.
Like, one of my favorite names in all of fictional history.
Huh?
Nori, Brandyfoot, and Poppy Proudfellow. Those are rap names. That's straight. I'm preaching straight from the survival scrolls on that shit.
Oh man, I wish I had that drop. Well, I do.
Yeah,
where this lighter?
I'll grab you a lighter in a second because I got to use the bathroom. But the stranger rejects the Dark Wizard's offer to supplant Sauron, and the Dark Wizard destroys the canyon. It was like some super petty shit. Like, he came in acting like he was nice for about 18 seconds, and then immediately
he literally said, I am going to, he said, hopefully you will have changed your mind about how you see me after this night. And like less than a minute later, he tried to kill everybody. He didn't try to kill somebody. He tried to kill everybody. And then he did them niggas dirty. So look, I didn't like how he's got these former king demon guys, nomads, who he's hired, and then all of a sudden he's like, I don't fuck with them. But you do. You had them detain the little ones. And I felt like there's a lot missing from that. Cutting room floor.
I feel like, that could have lasted a little bit longer. Something's missing.
There's something missing completely, because all of a sudden his tone changed with them.
Yeah, which I didn't mind, because I like the fact of him like pretending. It's like, oh, I don't know these fools.
Yeah.
Like being the great deceiver, and or like another deceiver.
I agree. I thought that, but it was his the way Mance Raider, the Dark Wizard, Raider, the way he was looking at this motherfucker, like the King Demon dude, the way he was looking at him, it was just like he was like he was surprised that he was talking that way,
right?
And I'm like, is that just them trying to convey that he's deceived? You know, he's deceived them. He's lying. He's doing a turncoat thing. Or was there more there? Because those guys seemed pretty like sure they were just gonna fuck this nigga up if he didn't do what they wanted him to do.
Yeah, it kind of seemed that way.
And then all of a sudden, now they punk bitches. And he killed one nigga, and they all ran.
Yeah, like
so I was like,
they
why
ran
were y'all
immediately.
acting so tough? Why did we have them be these characters of like kingdom rule or whatever? I'm guessing it's the book shit. But it's like, yo, they didn't even really serve a purpose. Certain things in this show really were still puzzling. Although, to your point, the show made me want season 3.
Yeah. Like
this episode made me want season 3. And also, I guess it doesn't need to be said that this episode also made me feel like every episode should have been like this. Like,
yeah, that's fair to say too.
Why don't we get great episodes every time? It just doesn't make sense to me, really.
I mean, it's hard to make good television. Like,
it's hard to make good television.
And one of the things we've talked about this way back in season 1 is that this show is it does feel very much like Lord of the Rings. Like it feels very much like the Lord of the Rings movies, but it's hard to translate that into an episodic TV show and like make it very satisfying for people who aren't like fans of it. Like
that's true.
I'm a fan of this world, so I'm kind of like bought into a certain extent from the get-go. So I'm already making allowances for certain like pacing issues or whatever, just for like the enrichment of the story and like how good it is. But yeah, like there's some things about the pacing that just like is not as great as it could be if we're talking about like TV show pacing. But I do want to like play this little clip real quick because you mentioned
are you going to the bathroom while it's playing?
I am. You can disappear for just a moment. But I just want to talk about the Celebrimbor and Sauron relationship and how he kills him.
Dead. I tell you, he dead.
In this clip, we don't have him saying the titular "You are the Lord of the Rings" moment. I couldn't find that, but this is a moment where we see the death of Celebrimbor. Here we go.
And the dying words of Celebrimbor, the rings of power shall destroy you.
That was crazy. Now, he does end up saying the titular name of the show. He says, "The Lord of the Rings. You will be a prisoner of the rings. You will be consumed and destroyed by one." So he lets him basically know, or he prophesizes that he's going to do what we know he's going to do in the what happens in the movies. He'll be killed. So let me explain it. Sauron puts his entire essence at one point. He puts his entire essence into the ring to rule them all. And that was what Celebrimbor was referring to. He was referring to the fact that your obsession with the rings and power itself will eventually cause you to do something so sinister to yourself, such as putting your egotistical, putting your own essence into a ring that then was destroyed by Frodo and Mr. Baggins and Mr. Wise. So that just shows you right there that Celebrimbor was extremely intelligent, had a lot of foresight, wise man. But what happened? Tricked by the trickster. engaged and enraged by
engaged and enraged.
That's right, man. By Sauron. Right? Because I mean he was engaged. He made these rings. He fucking forged 9 rings in like 9 days. Like this nigga was working. Dead ass, nonstop.
Yeah.
So
and anyone who's not possessed by a ring can only ask the question.
You didn't see that coming?
Because like it's very, very obvious if you're not entranced and intoxicated by the power of the rings, which I think has been pretty well established in this show. Like, do you feel like the way that the power of the rings and like the inception of the rings has been satisfying? Like getting to see how it's been created for the men and the dwarves and the elves.
Well, yes and no. I realized the other day I don't like watching shows too much that have people who don't know what they're doing. So if I'm watching a show about plumbers and they don't do nothing right, never, I'd probably be upset about it. Like especially if I was a plumber and then I'm watching a show about plumbers, these niggas suck. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, it's like
goddamn, these niggas suck. These niggas suck, man. They should ask me. It's kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, I digress. I'm getting confused because I don't know exactly what you're doing right now.
Don't worry about what I'm doing.
Well, it's hard to focus on what I'm doing.
Hey, welcome to my everyday.
Lord, so yeah, anyway. Let's just move over to Numenor. Because in Numenor, hide your kids, hide your wife, because they taking everybody. They was taking everybody. So the new king says, hey, the queen is an agent of Sauron. Yeah, the blind queen who rescued everybody from Mordor's explosion caused by the power of Sauron. Oh, that lady, she is working with him, working with the enemy. How you think she made it out alive?
So goddamn stupid.
Oh man!
Apparently, you just say shit and then people will believe it. I mean, well, that's pretty much on brand for this time period.
Today? Are you talking about in this show or are you talking about in real life?
Message. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. All this shit that's going down with these characters. I do have to say, like the human stories have been my least favorite. I've been the least interested.
Out of here, man.
Been the least interested.
Why are you for me? I'm right.
Not to say that they're like completely boring or anything, but if we're talking about a level of interest, it's like Durin and Elrond's relationship, fucking Russell Wilson, Sauron,
and then
the humans. Which is not to say that they're bad,
yeah,
but it's like it's the least interesting, and it has is the least it's paced the worst. Because when we have these moments where like we have all these different storylines that we're really interested in, and then we're talking about how they just interject a storyline that we're not that interested in, it's usually the human storyline that we're just like, oh man, you're dragging things down. I want to get back to Black Elf. I want to get back to Sauron. So yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's been a little lackluster the past couple seasons.
Wasn't the second Lord of the Rings more focused on man? It was focused on.
It definitely was.
And people consider that not to be the good one.
I mean, that's one of my honestly.
I didn't say
Two
it's
Towers,
not. Yeah, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about everybody else.
I know. But I know everybody likes Return of the King. That's not my favorite of the three. I like the first two more than Return of the King.
The first one is like crazy. The second one got all those. Second one got all that criticism because there was a lot of running.
Yeah, there's a lot of running. There's a one point where Aragorn says like we've been running for like 3 days straight with no rest. I was like, God damn.
Yeah, man. And the reason that Aragorn is able to do that is because he's part Numenorian, and so the Numenorians go to Palaria.
Is that the
A
elf
little swamp?
puppet? Oh no, that's the swamp. Okay.
Well, it looks like a swamp to me. These little swamp river people who are living there, and they go there and tell them, "Look, bitch, it's all over. You works for me now."
Yeah,
and I don't play no games. My name is Big Dick James, and I don't play no games.
Homeboy just like straight up loses his girlfriend, like to her husband. But it's also like kind of a tragic moment.
Kind of did not. He almost lost his wife. Alex is talking about what's that dude's name?
I don't know any of these humans.
No, man, the Numenorian. You do know his name, the motherfucking kid. You told me the other day. But anyway, the son of old dude who's on the run. He tried to take old girl's bitch. I want to know what y'all think. Othelius, if you're still awake, I need to know what you think about old girl almost getting his bitch took, because that really almost happened. Then he stepped in like, what? Now, MVP of this episode is that dude. Just want to let you know. He conveyed more emotion, more information than was given to us in that entire scene than anybody else. Like, he controlled that scene because of them facial expressions.
Yeah. He definitely had a lot of he was conveying a lot of information with no dialogue.
None. And like, damn, awkward. He got to say like 2 words last episode. He can't even let him say, "Hey."
Right. Like, no, we didn't pay you for that this episode. But yeah, like, this was an interesting scene because homeboy and homegirl, I'm just gonna call him homeboy and homegirl. Homeboy thought he was like gonna get linked up with his people. He's like, yeah, I got all the riches, all the influence. We can definitely get you on this boat because I'm basically a prince. But
I'm on a boat.
I'm on a boat. Look at me, I'm on a motherfucking boat. But turns out like the whole political landscape has changed since he's been gone. It's kind of like that movie Terminal. Not really. But it's like he ends up in this.
Give me a chance to even answer.
If you guys, if you've ever seen Terminal, please put it in the comments. But it's interesting, like, where he's been so separated for just a very short period of time, but everything politically has changed. Where he's come from to where his dad is a fucking fugitive, and he can't do anything about it. So he has to sail off into the sunset without his homegirl. How did you feel about this? How this storyline wrapped up? Because it did seem like it was going to be a Jon Snow Ygritte kind of storyline, alluded to maybe one of them die or homegirl dying. What did you think about how this wrapped up?
Who, Galadriel?
No, his homegirl, light skin girl.
Who? Oh, who?
The guy and the girl, like they were in love, but then the husband came in. He had to.
Light skin. See, anyway, I'm not gonna tell you where my mind went. How do I feel about what now? No, I had to figure out who we were talking about. It took a long time.
No, yeah, it's about the young guy and the girl that he met, who was betrothed to some other dude, but he had to go. Like, he thought he was going to take her home with him,
right?
But turns out, like, the whole political landscape has changed. His dad is wanted for treason,
right?
So he barely has a ride home. He's kind of lucky that I'm just going to kill him right on the spot. So he has to leave his homegirl behind.
Right. But what was you're asking me a question? Like,
my question was, how did you feel about how this love story wrapped up? Because we initially thought it was going to end much more tragically, kind of like a Jon Snow Ygritte story.
Unfortunately, I already knew from like just doing research and stuff like that he was married to somebody else. So I knew none of that was.
Oh, he's married to somebody other than light skin?
Right. Yeah. Like, I knew that wasn't going to work out. Okay. Really, I guess is what I'm saying.
Bill's Ophelia said in the chat, Bill said who like Snoop Dogg.
Who? I mean, for real though, I was just like, that was confusing. You didn't use her name or anything, so it's just like, oh girl. I know. I'm just saying, I got lost as who we were talking about because I had already kind of mentioned that a little bit. Let's read some of these comments.
Celebrimbor came back from the grave like Stinkmeaner in the game to run the fate with Sauron. What's really good, nigga?
What's really crazy is we just watched that episode like last night.
What's really good, nigga?
Celebrimbor got caught up in a nigga moment.
And there's only one way or two ways that a nigga moment can end.
Death or the police.
Death or the police.
It's the only two ways to end a nigga moment.
Just so y'all know.
Yeah. And for future reference, like if you
there's only one way to end a nigga moment is death or the police.
That's real facts.
You know what time it is.
What happened at the end of this episode? How did this whole thing wrap up?
What happens at the end of the episode is Adar gets killed after giving Galadriel his or her ring, and then
let me just play that clip really quick.
Okay.
It is never too late. Not even for me. And not for you, my son.
Oh man, I was really about to just cough in the mic.
Sad hood story.
I ain't want to, I'm a professional.
But you're saying, he gets killed.
Yeah, Adar gets killed, mirroring the way he killed Sauron previously. Mm-hmm. We never get an explanation of how long it was between those periods of time.
Yeah.
But anyway, Galadriel just sits there and watches like a little bitch. Like, bitch, fuck ass, punk ass, hoe ass. That's what I've been saying if I was Adar. I'd be like, God damn, bitch, you see him? Bitch, you see him? Stop me. God damn, bitch, do something.
I'm surprised she didn't run or anything, too.
Man,
like, I would have been gone.
That's what I had a problem with, bro. Like, I'm trying to tell you, all of that was just a setup to get us to a fight with Sauron. But can we not have written this a little better?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I understand it is extremely hard to write a movie or a television show. I do not take that for granted. It's even hard to be an editor, doing the sound, mixing, all of that. I am very sympathetic to that. But I do recognize when there's levels of excellence in everything in life. And you have to take those who are performing at that level as your base. But that doesn't always mean that you can't do a little more.
Yeah.
And I feel like at times, and this may have to do with pressure that writers are under, right?
Yeah.
It might have to do with the studio money situation, or maybe the studio's firing a bunch of people and you're worried about your job and you just want to give them what they want. But I think if you're out there and you're doing the same thing, stop it. Just stop it right now. I'm trying to change the world, man.
Hey,
one person at a time. One person at a time. I'm not gonna hit the button.
Maybe he is. Yeah, like I did think that the whole relationship between Galadriel and Sauron was like I don't know, not my favorite. Like it like, and Galadriel herself as a character has been not great. She's had some really cool moments, but I don't feel like her intelligence has been like at a level where we would like really respect her.
No, yeah, respect her, yes, but she's just like, she's still young, I guess is a as far as elves go.
Yeah.
And she's a meathead. She is not, she don't look like no jock, but that's what she is. She's a motherfucking killer. She's a fighter. That's really all you know. She's beautiful and she's righteous.
Yeah.
Like,
and I do like that about her. Like, I do like the fact, like, that's one of my favorite things about Captain Marvel or Carol Danvers in the comic books is that she is like super, super talented and super headstrong, but to a fault. Like, she does all these fantastical things. She's amazing at what she does, but that also, like, her hubris gets her into trouble sometimes.
It's a Superman thing.
Yeah. If people wrote Superman well. Which most people don't.
When they do.
When they do, it's great. Athelia says in the chat, hell nah, I'm doing the same thing as her. Leave me out of it. Leave me out of it. That's a family affair and don't got shit to do with me. Yeah, that's actually fair. This is like, if I see like somebody else's family and mommy slapping daddy at the dinner table,
if you
like,
saw,
I don't need to interject myself into that.
If you saw Adam Sandler walking with his family and his kids, he just haul off and slap one of them. Like, you're behind them.
Yeah.
They're in front of you. They're like walking. They look like they're going to this restaurant, but this restaurant got the patio extended, so it's taking up some of the sidewalk.
Right.
And then you walk around them, and then you get to the family, and you're like, hey, do we know each other? Hey, have we met?
Wait, have we met each other before? Yeah. Yeah, like, you don't want to interject yourself into that situation. It's not.
Well, I think out of all of the niggas that she done killed, she could have. That's all I'm saying. She could have. But then she ends up fighting Sauron, and we already talked a lot about that. But then they end up finding a sanctuary of peace.
Yeah.
For elves.
Yeah, that's
which,
right.
If you go back and look, shout out to Strain Crush. If you go back out and look, they pointed out, if you look at the scene from Lord of the Rings, it's where they built that little city in the Lord of the Rings.
Okay.
So this is a start of a new chapter for the elves. We have to remember the elves who we know now have stuck around because they wanted to save and protect Middle Earth, or be sure that it was safe before they left.
Yeah.
So, man, this shit. I really want to go back and watch Lord of the Rings, like the movie.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
And then come back to this.
Yeah,
like,
I wish
watch the movie, maybe rewatch The Hobbit. Like, I watched The Hobbit, you didn't watch it. It's really just.
I watched The Hobbit.
Oh, I thought you didn't watch it.
Yeah, I watched the first two of them with you.
I think
like
there's only 3
years
right?
ago. Yeah. And I watched the third one like recently, like a couple of years ago. But yeah, like I do really enjoy the way that this wrapped up. That's really cool. That note that this is the place where the elves end up, where we see them in Fellowship in the Ring.
But you know, according to the internet.
Yeah, according to the internet always knows. But it is cool to see just like the bittersweet ending of this, because like it is kind of a triumphant. Yeah, we're gonna build this foundation for our new elven community, but also we, as the audience, we know that the rings that they have on their hands are pure fucking seething evil.
Yeah, but I don't think that they are being affected by it.
Not as much. Yeah, like it seems like their elven strength, or just like them being stronger than the average. Like, you know,
well, their rings were made for them and not with Sauron's influence.
Right. It doesn't have Sauron's blood, basically, like the rings of man. Because he, like, when they ran out of mithril, he started.
No, I wasn't talking about the right. I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about the rings that the elves have. Yes,
right.
They don't have the. I don't think that those are evil rings.
Mm.
I think that they can sense the amount of power that is underneath that ring or in that ring. And I'm interested to, because I'm like, what do these rings do? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm interested in. Like, because all we've ever seen before this is the ring of all rings.
Yeah, the one ring that rules them all. Yeah, we got that like little early point in the Fellowship of the Ring where they say that all these rings exist, but we don't really see what they do.
Yeah. This show was very disappointing for a very long time, and then they hit us with a good episode. And it was so good that we have to like sit back and really think about what we just do I like this show?
Right.
You know, like it was crazy. So shout out to them. They did a really good job on this episode, man.
Yeah.
It was
and the last episode, I will say that the last episode is still my favorite episode of the season.
It's like 2 episodes together. Like,
yeah,
I mean,
they work really well
they
together.
could put both of these episodes together, is what I meant to say.
Yeah, kind of going the Game of Thrones route where the penultimate episode is like very memorable and exciting, but it ties so well into the finale that it's just kind of like, oh, what is those are separate episodes? Like a lot of people still go back and think the episode where Ned Stark gets killed is the last episode of the first season, but it's the penultimate episode of the first season.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's and I thought about that like so many times. Like it's in my brain. It's like that's how you finish the first season. But rewatching it's like, oh no, that happened the episode before.
Oh no.
But yeah, like that's pretty much all of our thoughts on the finale of Rings
On
of
everything.
Power. And
Goddamn, for the last 3 days.
yeah, we watched so much shit over the past week. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with us and chatting with us. Because we had a little chat about. Oh, we talked about.
FX's Grotesquerie.
Yeah, we talked about it all the nerd shit that happened.
What did we
week.
not talk about?
But Bill, you want to tell people where they can find you on the interwebs?
Man, you guys can find me every Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time. Every Thursday, 7 p.m. Pacific time on the Bantha Bunch Show. It's your favorite cousin's favorite cousin, and I'm always here to entertain you. We be talking about documentaries. We be talking about very depressing shit, and we also be talking shit. Somebody said the other day, man, Bill makes talking about terrible shit so funny. Like, I come here to listen to about murders and serial killers because he makes it funny.
And yeah, sometimes you gotta laugh to keep from crying, and yeah, the Bantha Bunch is the perfect place for that environment. Like if you want to get some shit off your chest, laugh about it, like that's the place to be.
We only ask that you like and subscribe when you come through.
Oh,
it's all free, baby.
Yeah, no, it doesn't cost you anything. But thank you guys so much for listening to the Drunk Banthas podcast. We do this every Monday at 8 p.m. Pacific time.
Every Monday,
please don't forget to like and subscribe so you get updates on new videos. Check us out on Twitter, likewise, Instagram, Letterboxd, all the internet things at the Drunk Banthas. Until next time, stay safe, my little grand elves, and may the force be with you.